Tēnā tātou katoa i te whare. Rarau mai rā ki roto i te kōrero, taka ia mai te pāe o tēnei whare, o tira te whare toka o te mana wahine, tēnei whakaari mai ana i te roanga o tēnei rangi. Rangi tua whā, ka pai, ngari anō tua tini tini, tua mano mano o rā, tēnei kaupapa e iri nei, ki runga anō i te tiriti o Waitangi. No reira kua tāia anō ka tēnei rā, tāia i te whakairi atu tēnei te pou rangatiratanga i runga anō i tō tātou kaupapa. Ina nahi mihia te āhuatanga o te mate i whakahuatia nei, te mate o Rovina, ina nahi, me te mōhio tonu koia te tauira o Wahine toa, o roto Maniapoto, engari āpiti atu anō a Ten Puhipi i roto o te whānau āpanui. Haere te mate, haere anō rāuatahi ko ora i roto i a tātou kaupapa i te mea ko te apōpōtanga tā tātou e whakaaro nei, e aro nei, e kōrero nei i tēnei rangi no reira tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou. Tēnei ka tuku atu te ia o te Māori o te karakia ki te tēpu, ana mā tēnei anō te hunga roia e tuku karakia ki runga i a tātou i te rangi nei. Tēnā koe e te tuaine.
Tēnā koe e taku rangatira. He pai ki te tai tinana i te rānei. Kua tata ki te rua wiki i mātaki au i whai ana au i runga i te rorohiko. Nā reira, nōku te honore ki te whakatūwhera tā tātou hui, te rātua whā o te wiki tua toru o te kaupapa nei. Tīkina te pūtake o ngā kōrero o te wānanga, tīkina te hautapu o ngā ariki. Kauwhatatia e tāne te wānanga, e tāwhaki nui nā tamanui te rā. Ki rungi i tēnei whakamininga, kia koe te matapunenga, kia ki koha te matapui hoiho, kia whakamau ai kia tīna. Hui e, tāi ki e. Ngā mihi o te ata. Good morning, everyone. So before we begin with our first witness, I just want to give you an update on media requests for the day. So most of these relate to Ms. Paul's presentation. So I've approved application by 3 News to record the live stream of her presentation. There's an application by an additional person, the Weekly NZ, Emily Wrights, to film Ms. Paul. And we also have an application from Te Huku Media in relation to use the footage, stills and audio from the live stream for the presentation of the panel later this morning. So all of those applications have been approved. The only ones that I have, obviously we spoke yesterday about the arrangements for Ms. Allen's presentation. I've also declined applications for photographs to be taken, which would mean people in this space here. So just to be transparent about what media requests have been made. So that's the position with those. Are there any matters that Council wishes to raise before we begin for the day? All right. Okay, well, I'm going to hand over to Ms. Coates to begin the presentation.
Mōrena, tautoko ko ngā mihi kua muhia ki ngā tini mate o te wā, o tira kia koutou te pānera, ngā mihi kia koutou, o tira ngā kaikorero katoa o inei wiki, he tino honore ki te noho ki te whakarongo ki ngā kōrero maha mai inei wahine toa. So it's my honour today to appear alongside my learned colleagues, Ms. Abby Hodaki, Ms. Rihanna Mora, and Ms. Tara Hodaki, who will be joining us a little bit later, on behalf of Y381, Y2260, in particular for Ripika Evans and Dr. Paparangi Reid, representing their iwi and wahine Māori more broadly. So we made full opening submissions alongside the other Y381 claimants at hearing week 1. However, we did think it would be appropriate to offer just a few brief comments in advance of our witnesses presenting today, particularly in relation to the approach we're taking to this inquiry and the evidence that the tribunal will hear from our claimants. So one of the issues that keeps popping up at various junctures in this inquiry is the scope and breadth of it. So as you're all well aware, this is a whole of systems, whole of history inquiry, and the issues affecting wahine Māori traverse every area of life. Our client's position is that this inquiry cannot do everything, and nor should it. There are other kaupapa inquiries addressing matters such as constitutional reform, justice, health, social services, education and climate, which will examine those specific domains in greater depth. And importantly, wahine Māori specific issues should not be precluded from being heard within those sector-specific inquiries. This hearing, however, is distinct. It provides a unique opportunity to draw together the systemic threads addressing wahine Māori across time and across all domains of life, strands that run through every space where wahine Māori have stood. One of the enduring issues we've identified is that previous tribunal reports, both historic and contemporary, do not consistently centre the distinct experiences of wahine Māori within their analyses. Equally, where kaupapa inquiries consider wahine Māori issues in isolation, there's a risk that the cumulative and compounding patterns of marginalisation over time and across spheres of life are not fully seen. In other words, examining the puzzle pieces alone does not reveal the full picture of the lived experiences of wahine Māori. So we say that's the value of this inquiry, and what that demands is a systemic approach, one that identifies and interrogates key themes and patterns while drawing on specific examples across the po to bring those patterns into focus. So that's not an exhaustive exercise, rather the examples and case studies you've heard and will hear about in the evidence and across the po are illustrative of and give expression to those broader themes. So that's how we're thinking about the role of this inquiry, how the tribunal might approach it, and how it intersects with other inquiries. The second point we wanted to address, just by way of opening comment, is that we've garnered from some of the Crown questioning that they intend to take the position that historical events should not be assessed through the lens of contemporary values. And we wanted to respectfully respond and push back on that proposition. So while it may have once been regarded as normal for women to be treated as property, for matrimonial rape to be lawful, or for women to be disenfranchised and denied the vote, that does not make those practices acceptable, not now or then. Yes, historical events must be understood in their proper context. Context may explain how those practices came to be normalised, but it does not excuse or legitimise them, and certainly doesn't place them beyond scrutiny. And that was a point briefly picked up in re-examination by Ms. Irwin Easthope with Ms. Wolfgram yesterday. While society may have normalised marginalisation at various points in time, that has never been okay for those subject to it, for wahine Māori, and it should be approached from their perspective. We submit it's entirely within the tribunal's jurisdiction and consistent with the role the tribunal has long performed to examine history through a treaty consistency lens, as we properly understand it today, and to assess Crown conduct accordingly. To do otherwise would risk insulating historic injustice from meaningful scrutiny simply because it was once widespread or accepted. That would undermine the very purpose of this inquiry, which is to examine the systemic nature and enduring consequences of those wrongs for wahine Māori. So we encourage the tribunal not to be drawn into that submission. We can and we should assess those wrongs for what they were then and what they are now, breaches of te tiriti or waitangi and the rangatiratanga of wahine Māori. Finally, we say this inquiry must remain grounded in the rangatiratanga of wahine Māori. Any meaningful response to those issues must be led by wahine Māori and must focus not simply on addressing harm, but on creating the conditions for future generations of wahine Māori to thrive and exercise their authority fully. So with those preliminary comments, I'd like to turn briefly to our witnesses. of which we have 3 today. So we have Professor Tahu Kukutai, who'll be joining us by AVL online. We have Ms. Paul, who'll be joining us after the morning tea break, and we also have the Honourable Kiritapu Allen, who'll be joining us towards the end of the day. These witnesses will draw on their experiences and expertise to speak to the impacts of data practices on Wahine Māori, as well as the representation and treatment of Wahine Māori within local government, parliament and central government. And so their evidence speaks directly to key themes of this inquiry, the ways in which Wahine Māori have been marginalised, sidelined, rendered invisible and harmed within Crown design structures and systems of power. So the plan is I will lead Professor Kukutai this morning, Ms. Hauraki will lead Ms. Paul, and the other Ms. Hauraki will lead Ms. Allen this afternoon. And just by way of management, given that these are very busy Wahine Māori, we do plan on sticking to the timetable, but if things go short, we don't always have the flexibility to bring them forward, Mum. So Ms. Paul will be arriving about 10:45, so we've baked in a buffer of 25 minutes. Ms. Allen is flying in from overseas. She still hasn't landed, and we're expecting her to arrive in Wellington around 1:30. So that all aligns with the timetable, but just a heads up on that front, Mum, we don't always have the flexibility today because of those reasons. But we appreciate the time the witnesses have made to come and give evidence to the tribunal, and hoping things like flights don't disrupt any of the proceedings. But we'll work with things as they unfold. So nōku te honore ki te arahia i a kahurangi Tahu Kukutai i tēnei rā, a koia tētahi o ngā manu taiko o te ao o tēnei mea tera raunga. So it's my pleasure to introduce and lead Professor Tahu Kukutai. She is one of the leading researchers in Māori and Indigenous demography and data in the country. She's a professor, a co-director of Ngā Pai o Te Māramatanga, and has published extensively in relation to this field. Morena, Professor Kukutai, can you hear me okay?
Morena, I can hear you perfectly.
Raui, are you please able to confirm your full name for the tribunal?
Yes, Tahu Hira Kukutai.
Kia ora. And you produced 2 documents for the tribunal. So one is your full brief of evidence, and that's the appellation C26, and one is your summary, which is C26B. Do you have both of those documents in front of you?
I do.
Ka pai. And could you please confirm for the tribunal that those briefs of evidence are true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
I can.
Ngā mihi. So, Mum, in terms of the approach that we're going to take to this witness, we don't plan on getting her to read it out because you would have hopefully familiarised yourself with her brief of evidence. But the plan is I'll just lead a series of partai that allows the key points to come out. And it could possibly preempt some of the questions that the tribunal may have. So, we ready, Professor Kukutai?
All right.
Ka pai, kia ora. So can you explain why you think it's important to capture data, particularly as it relates to Wahine Māori?
I can. Well, ko te mea tuatahi, tēnā koe te māreikura, kai whakawā Reeves. O tira ki a koutou, a rangatira, tēnā rā koutou katoa. Ka tuku aroha ki ngā wahine toa o mua, kua wheturangitia, me ngā wahine aukaha e tū mai nei. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to some of my evidence today. So, why is it important to capture data as it relates to Wahine Māori? Well, gosh, how long have you got? Data is a tool of power. It's absolutely indispensable now in a digital world to have data for self-determination, for monitoring, for accountability. Data makes visible groups in statistics. If you're not visible, your experiences tend to get averaged out or hidden in broader population data. So we become all women, or we become all Māori, rather than Wahine Māori with their own experiences, circumstances, aspirations, life worlds. Data tells us something about the lives and circumstances of people and groups and changes over time, whether things are getting better, whether they're stagnating, whether they're deteriorating. Data is a key tool of governance, nation building, decision making. It's used to inform planning, policy, service delivery. There's a saying, data is king. That's really about the power and the influence of data. I've never heard the saying, data is queen. There's probably a reason for that. I think it's really important. I gave some technical background in my evidence, which others may not have had the opportunity to read. But I think it's important to distinguish between data collection and data disaggregation. So data collection is that gathering of information in a systematic way using scientific methods, as for example in the census. Data disaggregation is really the practice of breaking down that data into smaller, more specific groups. So, for example, disaggregating Māori population data by gender, and then you can disaggregate that data on multiple dimensions. So, for example, if you wanted, to ask the pātai, how has labour force participation of Ngāpuhi Wahine changed in the last 15 years, you'd need to disaggregate the data by Māori descent, iwi, age, sex or gender, labour force participation, and do that consistently across 3 5-year censuses. And then if you wanted to look, specifically at Ngāpuhi Wahine and Te Tai Tokira, you'd need that data further disaggregated by territorial authority. So depending on the questions that you want to ask of the data, you need to be able to disaggregate that to really get at that question and those priorities. Now, when it comes to data collection, both sex and ethnicity are defined as priority 1 variables by Stats New Zealand, which is the National Statistics Office. So they are core variables that are given the highest priority in terms of time, quality, resources dedicated to them. And in 2023, there was a change in the collection of what used to be called the sex variable, which was interpreted as like a biological variable, and that changed in 2023, and gender was collected for the first time, as was sex at birth. But nevertheless, even with those conceptual changes and the changes in data collection practices, gender/sex is a priority 1 variable. Ethnicity is a priority 1 variable as well. Previously, it used to be race. We had this really dodgy system of blood quantum right up until 1986, and then ethnicity, and that is a key public policy variable and is widely collected across different data systems. But if you put gender and ethnicity together, 1 times 1 doesn't equal 1. So Wahine Māori is a distinctive rōpū population group and not necessarily prioritised in official statistics. And so what that means that, in the census, which is the most important data collection, that the variables that are captured that enable us to identify Wahine Māori as a distinct population can be really patchy. And then the data disaggregation practices mean that if we want to ask more nuanced, culturally and context-specific questions about the life worlds of Wahine Māori, those data aren't readily available to people beyond sort of statistical experts. And I just want to stress that, data disaggregation, it's not just a technical issue. The United Nations has flagged for at least 2 decades that this kaupapa of data disaggregation is absolutely critical for Indigenous people's rights, for visibility, for recognition, for closing the implementation gap on their rights and holding states to account. And the UN mechanism on the rights of Indigenous peoples recently stated that gender is a critical facet of data disaggregation in order to meaningfully secure the rights of Indigenous girls and women. So in other words, it's not enough to simply count Indigenous peoples as an amorphous category and ignore these other important dimensions. It's absolutely critical to the realisation of those rights.
Ka pai, thank you for that answer. And a point that you touched on both then and also in your brief of evidence at paragraph 14 is that it's not only important to capture disaggregated data, but it's also, so it's not only the who, but it's also what you're asking that's important. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, right. So, I mean, that's really about what the types of information are that are being collected and whether they really reflect, you know, whose priorities do they reflect, whose lived realities is the data capturing, you know, what are the cultural constructs that are being used, and, you know, is the information that's being collected and then disaggregated, is that actually the right information that's meeting the priorities of the groups that it's being collected from? You know, and the history here in Aotearoa is that for the most part, there's been no shortage of data collection, but it hasn't served the interests of the people from whom it's been collected when we look at Te Ao Māori, and certainly for Wahine Māori. And it's not really that, you know, culturally informed, relevant information that's going to be important for decision making. So it's not just the who you're collecting it about, but it's what is the kind of information that's being collected and what are the gaps there, and who's making the decisions about what gets collected.
Yeah, kia ora. And you identified in your evidence as well that there are some models where specific Wahine Māori data sets have been created. So you refer to te kupenga, and that you can create some bespoke data sets from IDI. Can you explain, I guess, those data models and their limitations?
Yeah, absolutely. And I can talk to some of their strengths as well, because,
yes, please do.
You know, often I've talked about in an international context that te kupenga was in many ways like sort of a gold standard for Indigenous surveying. So te kupenga is a Māori social survey, and it's a post-censal survey, so it was taken after a census, and that's really important because that means that it's representative of the population that's being surveyed. It's not just a sort of an ad hoc non-representative sample. Te kupenga, you could actually say meaningful things about the entire Māori population because it was a post-censal survey. It was undertaken in 2013 and 2018. So the most recent data set is now 6 years old, and a lot has happened in 6 years, so it's getting pretty old. So the benefits of te kupenga is it gives an overall picture of the social and cultural and economic well-being of Māori, including information on the health of the te reo Māori and culture. It was informed by the mahi of people like Whitu Wereta, who was at Stats New Zealand for a very long time and instrumental in developing the Māori statistics framework. And as an official survey, it was really unprecedented in terms of the breadth and the depth of the topics that it covered, and more importantly, really its relevance for Māori, which I just spoke about. So I've used te kupenga many times. For example, I led a team commissioned by the Social Policy Evaluation and Research Unit, Superu, to produce a report on Māori perspectives of whānau wellbeing using te kupenga, and we were able to show that, you know, two of the key factors there associated with perspectives or concepts of whānau wellbeing was the quality of whānau relationships, you know, whanaungatanga, which is probably no surprise, and that Māori who are very satisfied with their own life also much more likely to assess their whānau wellbeing in very positive terms. And before that, we had no representative, you know, evidence base to draw those sorts of conclusions. Another study, we were trying to understand why iwi populations in the census were so female-dominated, and we were able to use te kupenga to explore the gendered dimensions of identity, showing that Wahine Māori were more likely than tāne to know all aspects of their pepeha, and they were also more likely to be engaged in exploring whakapapa, which sort of makes sense when when we think of, you know, of Wahine Māori as whare tangata. That's not surprising, but again, it gave us statistical evidence base to really understand these really important aspects about the continuation of our identity and, you know, what enables and supports that. And this gendered gap was biggest at the ages of 25 to 34, which are our peak fertility, you know, and family formation years. But we couldn't tell whether those gender differences were cohort differences, you know, the first generation of the kohanga reo generation coming through, or whether they were age differences or a combination of the two, because we only had one moment in time. You know, it's only been taken twice. So it's not a continuous survey. So there are real strengths in culturally informed, Māori determined surveys like Te Kupenga. It enables really important insights into the lives of wahine Māori and our important roles. But there's limitations, you know, it's a post-census survey. We're not going to have a census as we know it anymore very shortly. It's occasional, it's expensive, and it's not Māori who decide whether it's undertaken or not. Also, beyond the simple tables, you need a high level of statistical expertise to access the more complex data within Te Kupenga. There's some simple tables that are made available open access, but often that's not sufficient for people's needs, and you need to go deeper, and then you have to get access and have a certain level of statistical expertise in order to be able to navigate that system and actually make sense of that data that's sitting there. The same goes for the integrated data infrastructure. It's somewhat unique in the world. It's a very, very large research data set, has a huge wealth of information. It links at the individual level data across government, but also increasingly some NGOs. It includes data on health, education, housing benefits, tax, justice, income, and so forth. And it is possible to create bespoke one-off data sets on wahine Māori and really get into the detail. So Bill, for example, used the IDI to estimate the size and the nature of the Māori women's economy. In 2024, that was a really significant report. There are a range of challenges with the IDI. One of it is around how the data is actually constituted. You know, many of the people in IDI actually never sort of explicitly consented for their data that was collected as part of their interaction with services to then be sort of repurposed for the purposes of research and now for census purposes with that change in the census model. You know, Stats New Zealand relies on what it calls social licence. And your individuals have no way, and wahine Māori have no way to opt out. Communities have really no direct way to govern it. Access is tightly guarded and requires, like I said, a high level of statistical proficiency. And that's sort of access is granted on a case-by-case basis. So the questions that are asked of this very, very large, rich data set, the questions that are asked from it, the evidence that's generated through it tends to be dominated by public service agencies and universities.
Did wahine Māori play a role in Te Kupenga?
Yes. So like I said, Whetu Wereta, who was at Stats New Zealand for a long time, was a key person in sort of laying the groundwork for what became Te Kupenga. But, in terms of, I think, like authority, a lot of this comes back to authority and rangatiratanga and, that pātai kei a wai te mana. You can produce culturally meaningful data sets on an ad hoc basis, maybe this census or maybe that census. But the ones in positions of authority who are making the call on the distribution of resources, because data collection isn't free. A post-census survey is very, very expensive because it's intended to be representative of the whole population. So the people who are able to make those decisions on where resources get allocated and whether important surveys happen or not are never Māori women, or Māori for that matter. And so that's sort of the authority to define at a sort of a system level what gets collected, how, because the how is increasingly important, and when. that authority is not located in Te Ao Māori, and it's certainly not located with Wahine Māori.
And so linking on to your point around authority, can you explain, and appreciate this is probably a big question, but what Māori data sovereignty and Māori data governance is?
Yeah, sure. I feel like I need a coffee this morning. Really simply, Māori data sovereignty is about Māori exercising mana over data that is about us, that comes from us, that's connected to us. And it's about that mana in terms of its collection, ownership, application. And Māori data is broad. It's data, information, knowledge about our people, our places, our knowledges, our language, culture, identity. All of that is Māori data. Only Māori can have sovereignty over Māori data. Māori data governance is something related but different. So Māori data governance are the principles and the structures and the accountability mechanisms, the legal instruments through which Māori exercise authority over Māori data. And the public service should and could be implementing Māori data governance. That's right and proper and necessary, I would argue, in a fit-for-purpose, trustworthy data ecosystem. Māori data governance should be implemented right across the public service. But Māori data sovereignty, like substantive sovereignty, rests only with the Māori. And I would just say that, it's you might ask, well, why does that even matter? And, it is hugely important because it's an expression of our rangatiratanga as tangata whenua in a digital context, in a digital world. It enables us to exercise authority, protect the things we hold dear, because, data is a taonga. It enables us to share the information we want to share and close and hold tight the information that we don't want to share. And it's also an enabler of tino rangatiratanga, and this is not just unique to Māori. It's something that's becoming increasingly understood and embraced by other Indigenous peoples as well. So just last month there was an Indigenous Data Sovereignty Summit in the United States, and it was attended by over 500 participants, including many of the tribes there. And one of the key things that came out of that is that, data sovereignty is really fundamental to nation building, and that tribes are really incorporating that into their core business. And along with that, there's clearly like a relational way of thinking about data as a taonga, rather than as, like data as oil, as extractive transactional practices. It actually, taonga carries whakapapa, it carries identity, it carries meaning. All data has a whakapapa, so there's a duty of care. There's a duty of care bound up.
And I understand you're involved in a group called Te Kahuira. Can you explain some of the mahi that you guys have done to try and build better models around data sovereignty?
Yes, so so there's two rōpū that I've been involved with, and I should probably just clarify that because sometimes there's confusion. So there's Te Mana Raraunga, which is the Māori Data Sovereignty Network, and I was, along with a bunch of colleagues, a founding member of that group, and that group is really around advocacy. So using skills and experience to advocate for Māori data sovereignty and Māori data governance in a range of settings. And the Māori Data Sovereignty Network has a charter, and it makes really clear mahi and mana. So the Māori Data Sovereignty Network is the mahi, the kai mahi, who do the mahi, and the mana really rests with Te Kahuiraunga, which is a separate organisation, And Te Kahui Raronga is an independent charitable trust. It's the operational arm of the National Iwi Chairs Forum Data Iwi Leaders Group. And so I've been a technician and an advisor for Te Kahui Raronga on a range of projects, as well as being a founding member of Te Mana Raronga, so sort of straddling, bridging that mahi mana sort of relationship. There's been a huge amount of work that's happened in the last 10 years. And I think what initially sort of grew out of a group of people who are mainly statisticians and academics sort of pushing back against the extractive way in which the data system was operating in relationship to Māori data. That has really burgeoned into a very, very, very significant community. TKR has been really important as the operational arm of the National Iwi Chairs Forum in terms of having, well, first of all, that relationship with the system leads across the government. So there's a mana orite relationship agreement that TKR has with Stats New Zealand, sets out very clearly the expectations for Māori around Māori data and iwi. They also have a mana orite agreement with the Department of Internal Affairs. DIA is like the system lead for digital and AI. It was under the auspices of the mana orite relationship that Te Kahui Raronga, and I should make clear that I'm not here to represent them today, I'm just here with my academic potai on. Under that mana orite agreement, Te Kahui Raronga was able to develop, with the endorsement of Stats New Zealand, the Māori data governance model, and the explicit purpose of that model was for it to be implemented across the public service to ensure the accountable, transparent and culturally informed, ethical, te tiriti-based data system and way of governing Māori data. Te Kahui Raronga have also stood up a bunch of other really, what I think of as really transformative initiatives, including Te Pā Tu Watawata, which is a decentralised, distributed, sovereign data storehouse. They've engaged in workforce development, developing data capacities within iwi. They were critical in doing an iwi data collection pilot in the 2023 census. And in the areas that they worked in, they actually had much better response rate than Stats New Zealand. So they've been very innovative in terms of trying to shift from that sort of data dependency to being the data designers and bringing our sort of tikanga and cultural ways of doing things into this data ecosystem.
So there's obviously been some work done in this space by to help improve some of the data collection models. Do you think it goes far enough in terms of where it needs to be, and what else needs to happen in this space? Have we achieved Māori data sovereignty?
There's a huge amount that needs to happen. I mean, the Māori data governance model that was developed under Te Kahui Raronga and their mana orite relationship with Stats New Zealand, that was like a 72-page document. It provides very specific guidance on the governance of Māori data. It's not just high-level principles. And it was really to try and shift the government towards a tiriti-led data system. And, Stats New Zealand signed up to that. It has an overarching vision, tuia te korowai o hini raunga, that has its own whakapapa, which is included in the report. But it enables iwi hapu to pursue their own goals for cultural and economic, social, environmental well-being. There's environmental desirable outcomes, supporting whānau to flourish, reaffirming connections to identity. There's values, very clear values. The first one is put iwi Māori data in iwi Māori hands. That's not a hard concept to understand. Nurture data as a taonga, use data for good, be accountable. These are all crystal clear values that are set out in the Māori data governance model, and then there's eight po as well. So it was a very detailed model for the public service on how do you take a concept that might be a little bit abstract for you and put it into practice? How do you try and bridge that implementation gap? And so the Rōpū Māori delivered on that, and it was really the kāwanatanga's job to look across the system, identify the levers, and come up with an implementation plan for how you take the model and then you operationalise it across all these different agencies that are all collecting data in different ways, but they are all collecting Māori data. But that implementation plan was never forthcoming. So, I think the responsibility for that really lays with the government agencies. And as well as that, it was very clear in the model that you need meaningful mechanisms of Māori authority. So, I talked before the system leads for data and digital. One is the government chief data steward, who is the person that holds the chief executive role in Stats New Zealand, who also happens to be the government statistician with statutory responsibilities, including te tiriti responsibilities under the Data and Statistics Act. And then there's the government chief digital officer through internal affairs, who also has, responsibilities there. But what we really need at that system level as well, and this is recommended in the model, is a Māori chief data steward to really have a visible, substantive role of authority across the system, and that hasn't happened as well. So, I think it's there's so many instances, and this is one of many examples of where, Māori and also Wahine Māori, because this rōpū that produced this was largely Wahine Māori, do the mahi, do the work, produce the outcome, and then there's a pretty massive failure on the part of the Crown in terms of the implementation gap.
And just two final questions, and then I'll hand you over to the panel. You said that there's been an announcement about an imminent change in terms of the census and instead using a linking administrative data approach. Can you explain what the intended approach is going to be and why that's not positive for Wahine Māori?
Yes, so what's been called the modernisation of the census has all been signed off now, and it's had quite a lot of media coverage. And so the 2023 census was the last one in terms of including field enumeration. That's when you go knocking on someone's door, hand over the census forms and fill it out and give it back, or you get the internet code and fill it out on the internet. So that's gone now, and the new approach is creating a census from data that already exists within government data sets. So that includes old census data and data that's collected through interactions with health or MSD, IRD. So it's basically taking service data through interactions with services and repurposing them for census purposes, mainly to save money, but also because there's also been declining response rates and in response to the census, and that's provided a few challenges. So there's a range of sort of justifications that have been given for this shift from a kind of a traditional census model to one that repurposes administrative data. There are some benefits from it. It's cheaper. Well, we actually don't know if it's cheaper, but in the long run. But there are some benefits to it. I'm not saying it's all negative. But there are some real shortcomings for Māori and for Wahine Māori as well. One is around data quality, particularly the quality of ethnicity data becomes really complicated when you're drawing it from 30 different data sets and you've got inconsistency across those data sets, and trying to make sense of it is really, really difficult. And then trying to, and then using that to inform decision-making, policy and planning can get a little fraught. There's also important information that simply won't be available in administrative systems. It was only reliably available and consistently collected in the census. iwi affiliation is one of those, so that's really huge. Just at the time as iwi are sort of ramping up their efforts in the mana motuhake space, the data that's really important for future planning just simply won't be available. There is a small annual census attribute survey that Stats has said it will hold, but it's really too small to give granular information on Wahine Māori in the ways that I've discussed before. And one of the really key issues is, in other countries where they moved away from that sort of field census of knocking on people's door to something like a register and administrative sort of systems, there was like a large public conversation, and the public had a opportunity to input into how this was happening. That really hasn't happened here in Aotearoa, and one of the reasons why that hasn't happened is because we actually don't have population registers. This is all being achieved through statistical linkage. We have some of the most sophisticated statistical linkage methodologies in the world. And so in a way that's sort of been a workaround having that public conversation, because we don't have a register. When you change your address, you don't have to go to the local council and tell them you've moved and all that sort of stuff. So, Te Mana Raunga published a press release at the time of that announcement saying, this is sort of building a digital backdoor into the lives of New Zealanders. And the risk there is that some groups will come under, surveillance and that you have no opportunity to opt out when data is being assembled about you and reused without the opportunity to say kao. So it's fundamentally changing the nature of the whole data ecosystem. And there's little meaningful opportunity for Māori and Wahine Māori to say, actually, we're not okay with that.
And just finally, at paragraph 39 of your brief of evidence, you say the Crown has a role to play in facilitating rangatiratanga over data. Did you want to make any sort of additional comment to that?
Well, look, I think it's sort of been said in various ways this morning, and it's certainly said in the Māori data governance model. It sets out a very clear pathway for how that rangatiratanga can be meaningfully realised, both through data governance and through government supporting and investing in a mana motuhake data ecosystem. Because, there's a lot of information that's been collected by government agencies and held in the architecture of the kāwanatanga, which doesn't belong there. Simply doesn't belong there. And so if you want to build an alternative, the resourcing from that has got to come from somewhere. And the Māori data governance model is very clear that we need an and and an and. We need a tiriti-led data ecosystem and the kāwanatanga so that people can have trust and confidence that their data is being used in the right way, transparency, there's accountability. But we also need a mana motuhake data ecosystem. And this is really where the full expression of Wahine Māori, mana motuhake will find real expression is actually in our own data systems. But the resourcing for that has got to come from somewhere. There's been a lot of savings from the census transformation, but where are those savings going? So there's clear signals and guidance on how that can be achieved. It's really, I think, a lack of political will to follow it.
Tēnā koe, Professor. I'll hand you over to the panel now.
Tēnā koe, Professor Kukatai, ko kaiwhakawā Reeves ahau. Thank you very much for your evidence this morning. It's very clear and comprehensive, and I think it really highlights for us the importance of data and the issue of how data is treated, how crucial that is to this inquiry, but in fact also to across the entire Kaupapa inquiry program. And I think that was probably illustrated clearly in the stage 1 of the Hauora inquiry. And in listening to your kōrero this morning in relation to Māori data governance, that's certainly an issue that we're grappling with within the tribunal, because, in the course of our life, 50 years, so much data and information has come into our hands. So that is an issue that we as an institution are taking seriously. Now, your kōrero has covered a number of the pātai that I had, but I just want to move to a couple of paragraphs in your brief and really just asking you to elaborate. So, another observation I was interested to see in your paragraph 13, a reference to the first reference we've had to the judiciary in terms of Wahine Māori participation in leadership and decision-making, and interested to read that data around that is not disaggregated. So I'm sure that's going to be easily remedied because there's not that many of us, and that information is available. So I'll be having a word to the Chief Justice about that. All right, paragraph 18 is the paragraph. So in that paragraph, you're making a distinction between a data collection practice and data disaggregation practice, in the fact that the invisibilisation of Wahine Māori through lack of disaggregation. Can you elaborate on the phrase you use there, which is lack of commitment to collecting relevant culturally informed information? Can you just elaborate a little bit on what that is and what the consequence of that is?
Yes, thank you. I can. So in that particular paragraph, I was trying to make those 2 points about how Wahine Māori can be rendered statistically invisible through those disaggregation practices that I talked about earlier. And the other way of being sort of rendered statistically invisible or visible, but not in a way that actually is meaningful, is through the kinds of data that are collected. And, most of the work that I've done, it's talking with iwi and hapu and whānau and Māori organisations, including Wahine Māori organisations. There's always a clear message that data needs to be culturally relevant, that there are, I guess it's a bit of an and. There are aspects of our lives that are covered already by mainstream data collections, education qualifications and labour force participation, and those sort of main indicators, they're important. They tell us something. They do mean something. They tell us about the material conditions and circumstances and consequences. But there's other aspects that are important to us as Wahine Māori and our life worlds around, whakapapa, around identity, around reo, but also some material things like some of the claimants and witnesses have been talking about over the past week around, those barriers to the exercise of authority, those specific intersecting ways in which Wahine Māori experience and trying to enter into and remain in positions of leadership and authority in the ways that Wahine Māori can be targeted. We've heard, some of that as well, and particularly in the context of, generative AI and the sort of lack of accountability by tech platforms, the intersection of misogyny and racism coming together, and that has consequences for Wahine Māori, particularly Wahine Māori in public life, in ways that are really tangible and real. So there's something, in other words, I think it's kind of a long-winded way of saying there's something distinctive and important about that intersection of being a wahine and being Māori that requires data practices that are culturally cognizant and reflect that in a way that not only makes us visible statistically, but also enables us to make decisions that will better our lives and circumstances and those of our mokopuna.
And I was struck by the example that you gave in paragraph 14, in the footnote around the tribal sex ratios and how diving down into that information really underscored the role and importance of wahine Māori as cultural connectors within whānau and iwi. Is that the type of information you're talking about?
Yeah, that was a really interesting study because it was so systematic. This was using the census data, and when we looked at the iwi population, there's more than 100 captured in the statistical classification. We were struck by the the ratio of wahine to tāne, and that they were so wahine dominated. The vast majority of iwi had far more. This is women and girls as well, so it was all ages, reporting an iwi affiliation than tāne. And we were like, what? Why is that? What's going on here? Because you don't necessarily see that in tribal registers themselves. There's something particularly about the collection of iwi data and identity in a government-controlled context. And as we dug into that further and were able to look more at the gender data as well in Te Kupinga, we could see that there was a systematic pattern in terms not only of Māori women being more likely to identify iwi in a census context, but also much more likely to know all the aspects of their pepeha, maunga, awa, tupuna, marae, and to be actively engaged in that sort of process of exploring and connecting with whakapapa. And this is a really important part of what it means to be a wahine Māori, to carry the next generation, to pass that on. I've got a painting behind me of, a print of a painting. I'd love the real painting of Robin, Kahukiwa and that series around, He Whare Tangata. And those really meaningful, those meanings of what it means to be a wahine Māori, that was evident in that study. But most of the time it's really hard to surface that. You've got the odd survey here and there, but it's challenging because we're not really prioritised.
My next question is around the what you cover in paragraphs 19 and 20 of your brief, and you're talking about. Can you tell us or talk about how best the Crown can reconcile data collection practice that better baselines, measures and monitors outcomes for wahine Māori with Māori data sovereignty? So I guess at the end of the day is how can these coexist to provide better outcomes for wahine Māori, or can they, or should they? Can you just tease that out a little bit?
Yes. I think my answer to the first part of that question would be really, I think the implementation of Māori data governance is really a critical first step to realising any of that. I think there will always be challenges. That's sort of taken as given. But if you have something like a clear, sort of transparent and accountable mechanism like Māori data governance, at least you're getting a step in the right direction. There's clear signals of what you're committing to, and that can be monitored over time. I do think there are real limitations, though, to what the Crown can achieve, and this has been said in many different. I think this has been said in many different hearings in many different ways, and it's no different for the architecture of data. And I think the real potential and the real opportunity in terms of doing this in ways that are really meaningful is mana motuhake data ecosystem. And I think we've already seen the beginnings of this through the work that Te Huku Media has done up north, building their large language models with their community-owned, tikanga-led data. We've seen it with Te Kahui Raunga in terms of building Te Pātu Watawata with a sovereign data infrastructure which is distributed. So that means that authority mana sits out in the place where the data where the data sits, so it's not all centralised. One of the problems with Stats New Zealand is it centralises everything, centralises all the data, sort of hoovers it all up and then has a centralised authority. And Te Ao Māori, mana doesn't work like that. It's much more distributed. And so, you know, the way in which, when having access to the opportunity and resources, rōpū Māori and hapu and iwi build data is a very different way. You know, thinking about data as relational, building systems that are distributed, that enable multiple sites of mana to be exercised, not all under one. And I mean, this is actually what's needed. We need radically different ways of thinking about how we govern massive amounts of data. And tikanga Māori is really important for that. Wahine Māori leadership is really important. And so it's kind of an and. We need Māori data governance, the model being written, there's clear guidance there on what agencies should do. Some of them have taken it up. Now, the Office of the Privacy Commissioner refers to the model and some of its guidance around biometric data processing, like facial recognition technology and so forth. The standard for information sharing with third parties also refers to the model. But these are sort of soft guidance, not standards that are mandated. And so there's always going to be sort of limits there, but it should keep pushing to hold the government to account. But really, I think the future-focused solution really lies with us, and it's about what's the government's responsibilities to resource that so we can build systems that are much more fit for purpose and future-focused. And that includes, of course, Wahine Māori data and leadership as well.
Okay. Now, this is my last question because I'm aware my fellow panel members will have pātai for you as well. Have you seen the statement of issues for this PO of the inquiry plus the scope generally for the inquiry?
Yes, it was emailed through to me.
Yeah, so you will see in the tribunal statement of issues for the rangatiratanga PO, sprinkled through those key issues that we have identified, has been reference to, you know, how does the Crown monitor its roles and responsibilities and delivery of obligations, including in regard to collection, storage and use of data. So that's one of the issues that we have identified in relation to this PO, but I'm sure that will also be an issue as we move through this inquiry. So, I mean, in a general, at its most highest level, this inquiry is inquiring into claims alleging Wahine Māori have suffered prejudice as a result of Crown breaches of Te Tiriti, and in the scope, the systemic discrimination, deprivation and inequities experienced by Wahine Māori. So obviously in reading that, it occurs immediately that are able to determine those issues. You know, the information that is quiet, data is a large component of that. So what do you say or suggest to us, and this might be a bit high level, which is demonstrating my lack of understanding of data, really. What do you say or suggest is the best data that we can have to assist us to determine these issues?
Well, that's a big question. I might just...
Or you can have a think on that and give us a response in writing.
Yes, I think I will do. I think I will do that because I think I need to think about that. I guess the only thing I would say at this point is that the Crown does have a responsibility to monitor itself in terms of its te tiriti obligations around data. Those te tiriti obligations are set out in different ways depending on the agency. The Māori data governance model is very clear about system integrity and what that means in terms of monitoring accountability and what that requires. That hasn't been implemented. So it's not like these agencies haven't been given a pretty clear steer from a range of experts with understanding also of the wider international context, because this doesn't all happen in a vacuum. There is a broader international context for this. So they've been given a very clear steer on what they need to do, they just haven't done it. So that monitoring part could absolutely be done, and the model sets out how it could be done, but it hasn't been done.
Okay.
So, you know, that's just part of the implementation gap, I suppose. And let me have a think about those other aspects of your question.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Kukutai. I'm going to pass now to Professor Tuhiwai-Smith.
Tēnā koe tahu, lovely to see you. Judge Reeves actually asked a couple of questions I was interested in, but my first question really is about the shift to the linked administrative data. I'm not sure if you're aware, I'm also on the Health Services Tribunal as well, so it's come up there. Well, some of that data is a nightmare, right, to find, identify, work with. And so my question is, in this shift to this new model of administrative data, is there engagement by agencies in the Māori data governance model? Is there work happening that is sort of informing the way this linked administrative data will work?
Yeah, that's a good question. Not to my knowledge, but really, so the government chief data steward has a system lead role, and that's appointed by the Public Services Commissioner through the powers in the Public Service Act. So it's very clear that, you know, that system leadership role for data sits with Stats New Zealand and that tūranga of the chief data steward. So there's a mechanism there to, I wouldn't say compel, but there's a mechanism there to very clearly influence all those public service agencies that, hey, we're you know, now that we've moved to this very different way of constituting the census, maybe we shouldn't just rely on this untested social license that you know, the New Zealand citizens and Māori who demonstrably have the lowest level of trust, time and time again in surveys, you'll see this lowest level of trust in government agencies. Maybe we shouldn't rest on social license anymore, and maybe we should do something stronger, which is implement Māori data governance, so then at least people have a line of sight and a line of sight into what's going on, because a lot of it you've got no idea. You know, you might go to the takuta or the hohipera or get your benefit or submit your IRD tax return. You know, like there's a lot of information that's been fed into government systems all the time, and people have simply no idea where that's going and how it's being used. They might know why it's primary purpose for why it's being collected, but now it's not the primary purpose of data collection that really sort of matters anymore. It's the secondary uses and how it gets used and reused time and time again with no line of sight and no meaningful mechanisms for consent. So it's really important, I think, in this context that government agencies do front-foot it and are transparent, are accountable, and do implement it. But to my knowledge, there hasn't, you know, even with that shift to a very different form of census, there hasn't been that shift within government agencies to respond to that in a really transparent way.
Thank you for that. My next question really is about the future, and you know, I've heard your message about, you know, implementation of the Māori data governance model. My question is whether there's any commitment to build the capability of Wahine Māori in the space of data, well, all aspects of data gathering, collection and data governance. I mean,
Yeah.
You and others I know have sort of been at the forefront. You mentioned Whetu, who I just think was before her time in a sense, and the work that she did, has really paved the way for, I think, greater engagement in concepts around data. So it's really about the future, if we're changing systems, ensuring that there is this capacity, particularly with Wahine Māori, because you do talk about, statistical erasure of Māori women in the past. So it is about going forward. What is the capacity, and what initiatives are there to grow that?
Yeah, that's a good part, and I think that future focus orientation is really important. It's good to understand the past and sort of what can we do now. There's some incredible Wahine Māori, acknowledging Whetu and her legacy. And actually, she had a direct influence on some of these Wahine Māori as well. But if I look across Te Kahui Rāranga, for example, Kirikowhai Makaere and Irina Makaere and Roimata Timutumu and Kiri Ann, there's just so many experienced Wahine Māori in that space who are really trying to shift the dial with how all of this works. And there's some Wahine Māori in the public service and private sector as well who are trying to do things differently. I think if we think about a future-focused system, probably the one that's going to have the best chance of actually meeting our needs. And data quality is really around data that's fit for purposes, and in our case, it's fit for our purposes. That future system to me looks like one that is actually built and designed by us, not trying to retrofitting us around the edges. You can only get so far with that. You can get some marginal gains, but it doesn't really change things, it doesn't transform things in the way that we want it to. And I think there are huge opportunities. You can see with those community-based examples, I mentioned Te Hiku before, there's lots of other smaller examples of where communities in Rōpū, often led by Wahine Māori as well, are doing things really differently. They're either building things differently, putting ethical frameworks around things differently, and doing it on a small scale. So it tends to be quite contextual and small, which actually kind of works for the purpose. But there's probably an opportunity to scale that up where it makes sense. So, for example, if we don't want iwi affiliation data, including Wahine Māori iwi affiliation data, sitting in the architecture of the kāwanatanga, and with the rising geopolitics, I don't think we could be complacent about bad actors, and what data in the hands of bad actors can do. Not wanting to stoke paranoia, but these are hard questions that we need to ask ourselves. So, if we want to build an alternative system to that, what might that look like? And is it possible? It's absolutely possible. It's technically possible. It requires resources. We have the leadership now. We need to, of course, workforce development is really important. I think iwi have an important role to play in that, and building that workforce development around data and digital. But there's been a start made there. The work that TKR's done with He Ara Pūkeko and the data internships, and supporting that in a range of different ways has been really important. So the seeds are there. The seeds are there to build on. But I do think that there is a responsibility there from the kāwanatanga to move resource that actually enables the building and scaled up where it makes sense and sustainable ways of an alternative data infrastructure. And it will probably relieve them of some problems too, because I think they know that, for example, iwi affiliation data doesn't really belong in the architecture of the in the whare of the kāwanatanga. It belongs somewhere else, but you can't just shove it out the window. You need a planned, sustained and well-resourced system to be able to transfer it to.
Thank you, Tahu. That's all from me. I'll just hand over to Ruakere.
Tēnā koe e tau e te tuaine, e mihi ana ki a koe, I roto I tō whare te riu o Waikato, tira ki runga I tō marae o Toro Anui. Tēnā koe. I'll start with a few things, is the use of reo Māori and the sorts of the ways in which you structure some of the, I suppose, the parameters with the name, such as the name Tuia Te Korowai o Hine Raraunga. And is Hine Raraunga reference around the mana wahine and protecting whakapapa? Is that where that comes from? And is that an expression of mana wahine in the term in the korowai?
Yes, I'm glad you asked that, Pātai. Well, nā Shay Wilson I tuku tērā, ingoa. So there was, from some of the, at the time, the iwi chairs involved in the Dara Iwi Leadership Group, Che Wilson and Rikirangi Gage and a few others. There's a kōrero that goes with Hine Raraunga, and there's a whakapapa as well that accompanies that. But the decision was made, as my understanding, that because that model was explicitly designed for the public surface, for them to use across those agencies, the decision was made not to include the kōrero around Hine Raraunga and the whakapapa in the model itself. That kōrero and that mātauranga sits with Te Kāhui Raraunga as the kaitiaki of the model. But you're absolutely right, that is mana wahine. It's front and centre of the model and animates everything that that model is about. But the specific, kōrero and detail around that is, I think, was intended not to be shared in a wider forum.
E te pai. The other thing that you, as well you should, repeatedly refer to Māori data as a taonga, ne? And the, I noticed in your report where you referred, you used a quote from the Special Rapporteur around cultural, strategic and economic resource for Indigenous peoples. Is taonga framed in that way? I suppose, is there a place or a document that gives a specific explanation of how the word taonga is used in the context of data? Because taonga has very broad meaning. It can be an object that is used, it can be personal property, it can be a possession, or it can be something highly prized. But then it comes across more clearly from, well, I think comes across as in the context of, obviously, of te tiriti o Waitangi. How would you describe the use of how you're using the expression taonga in more specific terms?
Yeah, that's a tino pātai as well. I think in the model there's sort of like a pretty concise, definition of how the kupu taonga is used in the context of the model, and then this concept of data as a taonga has come up in a range of different settings. It came up in the trade, was it TTP agreement? There was a pretty large, wide-ranging discussion around what it meant for data to be a taonga there, in the tikanga that sort of accompanied that. Academic work has talked about data as a taonga and what that means for sort of rights under Article 2 of Te Tiriti. So there's been different ways of talking about data as a taonga and what that means from a tikanga perspective, what that means conceptually, what that means if you want to take it into the practice of looking after data as a taonga. And I think at the heart of that is probably maybe a kind of a simple understanding of it, is that it's something that to be treasured, that's relational, to be stewarded with care as kaitiaki, and to be, it's not a data point in time, but it's something that connects us to our past and also to our present and to our future. So it's an intergenerational treasure. And I think part of that framing as well of data as a taonga was not only somewhat maybe strategic through Article 2 and bringing taonga, bringing data into more wide-ranging conversations about tino rangatiratanga.
Kei te pai tau
But it was, I think it was also about pushing back against these mainstream, very dominant understandings of data as an asset and as a resource to be extracted for profit. You know, and that's sort of that's the dominant framing of data these days, is that it's an asset, it's a digital asset, and you've got to make as much money from it as you can. In the Māori, you know, the tikanga Māori understanding of that is very, very different of data as relational and collective and living.
Tēnā roa atu koe I tērā whakamārama. I think just looking at the document around the Māori data governance model, it gives some explanation, and you've provided more clarity around that. I've probably got at least 2 other questions that I'll provide in writing, and that'll probably be easier to respond to in that format. Nō reira, tēnā koe e tau.
It's Judge Rees here again. I notice we're about 10 minutes away from morning break. So I think what we'll do is we'll continue with tribunal questioning up to the morning tea break, and then we will break for 20 minutes. We'll shorten the breaks so we have Crown Cross to follow. I'm just aware of the timetable at this point.
Kia ora, Mama. Just to give an indication, we don't think Ms. Paul will take the full 30 minutes in terms of articulating what she wants to say by way of summary. We're taking a different approach with her, so there'll likely be a little bit of time there as well.
I might just add as well, I don't think I'll need the entire 30 minutes, so 15, 20, we might be on track in that regard. Yeah.
Thank you for that.
Tēnā koe, Professor Kukutai. Kia ngāri mū tēnei. Look, thank you for your brief, but also for the kōrero this morning. It's been really, really helpful. And a few of the areas that I wanted to talk with you about have already been canvassed. But I'm just going to go back to them again because there's just a little bit more information that I'm looking for. So there's been quite some discussion about modernisation of the census and moving to the linked administrative data sets. And when you talked about that, you talked about that data coming from existing census data and data that is generated through service interaction. So I guess my question on that is, how does that go to data quality when we've heard consistently that Wahine Māori don't access services in the same even way that other parts of the population do, you know, whether it be because geographically where they live and services aren't available, or whether it be because the nature of services provided in their locality are inappropriate for them, and so they're basically whakamā to attend those services. So what is that, you know, that lack of evenness of service interaction mean for the quality of this big data set that's going to inform policy and service decisions going forward?
Yeah, you're quite right. Those gaps aren't evenly distributed across the population. There's already been studies that have shown that the coverage is much more uneven for particular groups, and that's certainly the case for Māori. There's some other groups as well. So there are real concerns around the quality of the data, and because of the way in which the new sort of census data file would be constituted through service data, and of course it was never intended. The service data was never intended for that purpose. You know, it's been captured at a point in time for a particular purpose, but now under the new model, it's been reused for a different purpose, and it's not necessarily fit for purpose. I think some of the response from Stats New Zealand as well will improve over time. It will probably take quite a long time, and I think there's always going to be gaps because just of the nature of that sort of interaction of particular parts of our community with the services. You might try and improve the quality of the data, but there's something more fundamental going on in terms of inequities of access and kind of wider social issues that can't be remedied through technical fixes. So and it gets like Professor Linda Tuhuwai-Smith said earlier, some of the ethnicity data is incredibly messy, and someone who shows up as Māori in one data collection will show up as Pākehā in another data collection, and then you've got a whole set of rules to try and make sense of what's a very messy data set. So again, that impacts on data quality as well. And Stats New Zealand itself has said that it knows that this shift is going to impact disproportionately across the population, that Māori in particular will be disproportionately impacted in terms of data quality with the shift to an admin census. Didn't say anything about Wahine Māori, but of course that will be the case as well, and we sort of already know that from different studies.
I guess the problem with relying on improvement over time is it's the people who are underrepresented or poorly represented that it takes the longest time for them. Absolutely. For the time to catch up. I want to again on the administrative data sets that are going to be used for the purpose of the modernised census, but also used for the IDI. I just find what I wanted to ask you about there. So one of the points you made is that service interaction data was never consented for the purposes that it's now being put to use for in the new census and in the IDI. And I guess what my question is how can Wahine Māori ever exercise data sovereignty over data that they didn't consent to be collected, that is owned and controlled by someone else and used for purposes that they're not even aware of?
Short answer, you can't in that system. We consent no longer kind of figures as a central plank of a system. You can't realise really mana in a meaningful, substantive way. So that I guess that kind of loops back to might sound like a bit of a broken record, but that's sort of the need for data governance that has that line of sight of transparency and accountability. The model does talk about consent, not just only one-off consent, transactional consent, but if you take that relational perspective, that consent is a dynamic process, and it's not just a one-off. Thank you very much for your data. See ya. Now we're going to do with it whatever we want to. To do with it, that it's a relational process, and that should be baked into the system by design. There are absolutely ways of doing this. There's other countries which gives, there's very individual focus, but that gives individual control over consenting for the purposes for which their data are used. There are absolutely technical solutions that enable that level of sort of granularity in terms of individual authority. One of the points the model makes, though, is that individual control is good and it's necessary, but actually collective mana is also really important. And we need to have mechanisms for, collective privacy, collective consent, collective authority, and all of that's currently invisible.
Okay. So I guess to me the extension of that is, if data is a taonga, then how can rangatiratanga be exercised over it under those kind of collection and use conditions? I've just got one last question, and then that'll be me. And my last question is, to your understanding, what would be the risks to government of fully implementing the Māori data governance model?
Well, I don't know if this is a risk, but this is a challenge, and I think that challenge fundamentally rewires the power relationship. And I think I started, my response to the question with, saying that data is power. And I think that's never been more true than now. And that would fundamentally mean rewiring those power relationships and vesting authority in Māori. And I think agencies will find that hard. But one of the useful things about the model is it provides a clear pathway of what that might look like in a managed way. There's one central value in the Māori data governance model, and it's put iwi and Māori data in iwi and Māori hands, and you might say put wahine Māori data in wahine Māori hands. Now, that's not to be bluntly interpreted saying put all Māori data in any Māori hands. That's not the point of the governance model. It's to do it in a very transparent, accountable, careful and considered kaitiaki way. That can be done. I think that absolutely can be done. It just isn't being done at the moment.
Kia ora, thank you.
Okay, we have... No pātai. Okay, we've reached our time for our kaputi, so we're going to take a break now. I did float shortening that by 10 minutes so that we're back at 10:02, and so we can... Dr. Anderson has indicated to me she doesn't have any pātai, so we will be able to make a start with Ms. Paul if she is... Oh, sorry, the Crown's cross-examination. After Ms. Dean's indication, we should be broadly within our timeframes for this morning.
Just to confirm, we're coming back early?
Yes. Yep, so let's come back at 10:02. Thank you.
Is Professor Kukutai? Is Professor Kukutai?
I'm hoping she's online, ma'am. Okay.
Ko tēnā tātou. Me hari tōnu tātou. We're going to now commence with the Crown cross-examination.
Tēnā koe, Professor Kukutai, are you online?
I am.
Tēnā koe, kia ora. I can see you now. I'm Ms. Dean. I'm one of the lawyers for the Crown, and I just have a few questions. So the first question I had, and it's something that has been picked up by panel members, is about what's meant by disaggregation, as you know, concerns with disaggregation as opposed to concerns about data gaps. And I'd like to understand, perhaps just check if my understanding of what you've said is right, is that the concern about disaggregation to some extent is about the way in which data is presented, analysed and reported on, as opposed to a concern about collection. Is that right?
Yes, I would say that's a pretty accurate description.
In your evidence, you give the 2024 stock take of Wahine on Crown entity boards as an example of where data hasn't been sufficiently disaggregated. And I guess I wanted to just check that the concern with that was not necessarily that the information wasn't available, hadn't been collected or wasn't available, it was just not able to be taken from the way in which it was presented. It was the data set wasn't there for someone external to then analyse themselves. Is that right?
Yes, in the case of that particular data set, it seems that the data had been collected, but you couldn't access the information specifically on Wahine Māori because of the way in which the data sets themselves were then recalibrated and then made available.
Thank you. I think I understand. I'm not a data person. So I wanted to ask a couple of questions just about the comments you've made about the changes to the census. So the changes to the census, are you aware that administrative data has been part of the census program since 2018? It's not a new thing to include administrative data.
Yes, I am aware that I sat on the 2018 independent evaluation panel after the census went horribly wrong and missed nearly a third of the Māori population, and then had to fill the massive gap in the census data set by finding people in other data sets and putting them back into the census data files. So I have a pretty good understanding of that.
And the change now has been to have an admin first census. So it's gone from something where there had been some administrative data to now an administrative data first approach. Is that your understanding?
Yes, it's a little, the admin first nomenclature is a little misleading because the census enumeration is gone. Stats New Zealand is quite clear about that. There will be no whole of population enumeration, either physically by knocking on people's doors and giving them a form, or digitally by sending people a code and then they fill out a form online. That's gone. That finished with 2023, and now it will rely on probabilistic linking across administrative data sets, some of the ones we talked about, as well as supplementing with what they call a census attribute survey. It hasn't been finalised what percentage of the population will be captured in the casts, but it's intended to be a very small sample of the population on an annual basis. And the purpose of the casts is to try and capture information that just simply isn't captured in the administrative data systems because, well, they were never set up to be a census. So they only capture the stuff that they're trying to capture for the service provision, and there's a whole lot of stuff that's missing. So admin first is a little misleading in that it sort of might give the impression that enumeration is still happening, but it's not.
You've mentioned the survey that they'll use to supplement on an annual basis. You're aware that there will be other surveys that will supplement the information that Stats NZ collects?
Yes, there are other surveys. There's been a number of surveys that have been discontinued. There's some issues around the sampling frame for the surveys because at the moment they all rely on the census provides a sampling frame, and a key critical component, of course, of the census was the field enumeration. And when that's gone, you sort of lose that external check. A system only can get sort of validated against itself, which becomes a little bit problematic. So, but the central plank of the new modernised census system is the repurposing and probabilistic linkage of administrative data, supplemented with the census attribute survey and a few other small surveys. One of the big problems for Wahine Māori as a distinctive group is that the smaller the sample, the smaller the numbers, the more challenging it is to disaggregate, present and access disaggregated data across dimensions that might matter. I'll give you an example. Household composition can't be reliably inferred from administrative data. Wahine Māori are much more likely to be heads of households than tāne. And with that come a whole set of circumstances and conditions we might want to know about. That's going to be really challenging to compile that information reliably, purely from administrative data supplemented with small sample surveys.
You talked about te kupenga, and are you aware that Stats NZ has committed to carrying out another te kupenga survey by 2030? And Stats NZ says the change in the model is an opportunity to perhaps look at the way that had been done in the past. So it might not be done in the same way, but there's been a commitment that there will be a te kupenga survey by 2030.
Yes, Stats just does like to make a lot of commitments. They don't always pan out. So we'll see that once the resourcing's been allocated to that and the wheels start turning. One of the issues, of course, with te kupenga as well, and a lot will depend on what they're going to commit in terms of resources to the sample size, is how generalisable that information will be. It will probably be okay for Wahine Māori as a population group, but if you wanted to get a little bit more specific, for example, a lot of the claimants, witnesses have talked about, being a Wahine Māori situated in their particular whakapapa context. So, let's take, for example, iwi. It works, some of those sample surveys work okay for the very large iwi, but for the smaller ones, you're pretty much rendered statistically invisible, or the estimates become so unstable and the errors so large that they effectively don't mean much. You can't have much confidence in the evidence that you're sort of, and the findings that you're inferring from the data, because the numbers are so small and the margin for error is so large. So even if Stats does follow through on its commitment and undertake te kupenga, which, as I've said, has some very, very positive, attributes going for it, much will depend on how large that sample survey is, and then also the extent to which you can actually disaggregate that information to say anything meaningful about particular groups.
You talked about the work of Te Kahui Raronga, and I just wanted to confirm whether you're aware that Te Kahui Raranga for some of its work has been funded by Stats NZ.
Yes, I am aware of that. I mentioned earlier that there's a mana orete relationship agreement that TKR has with Stats New Zealand, and through that relationship agreement, there's an allocation of what I might describe as a very modest allocation of funds for that Te Tiriti-based relationship agreement, and they make quite a small amount of money go a long way.
And then the last thing I wanted to ask about, and it's probably sort of double-barreled thing, is that you talked about the amount of power that comes with holding data. And though it's perhaps ironic for a Crown person to say this, I kept thinking, well, with great power comes great responsibility. And I was thinking about that in the context of the significant obligations, the significant regulatory frameworks that are in place and govern the way that the Crown holds these significant data sets. So in particular, there's a huge amount of sort of ancillary regulation and legislation, but there's at its heart, privacy, the privacy principles. And I suppose the first question I had was how you saw those kinds of legal obligations fitting within a framework of Māori data sovereignty or mana motuhake over data?
Yeah, that's a good question. The model sort of covers off some of those aspects. The Data and Statistics Act does have a te tiriti clause in there, and there are statutory responsibilities that the government statistician has in relation to te tiriti obligations, and also consultation with Māori around the census. Is currently an amendment bill at the moment to try and it has to modify some of those requirements for the change to the new model. It's a fairly soft mechanism, but it's a mechanism. There's also, you mentioned the privacy principle. So the Privacy Act has no tiriti o Waitangi clause. It has no explicit recognition of Māori privacy concepts. Section 21C does talk about the Commissioner having to take account of cultural perspectives on privacy, which is quite a broad provision, and there has been a lot of discussion with the Privacy Commissioner of how you actually give meaningful effect to that. Of course, the Commissioner himself is seeking amendments to the Privacy Act because he really has no finding power. So you can have regulation but no teeth. And so if firms or big tech companies want to do dodgy things with people's data, the Privacy Commission doesn't really have much power to fine as a preventative, measure for compliance. So, there's not a lot that exists actually in terms of the regulatory frameworks, and the argument has been made that we need a bespoke sui generis Māori data sovereignty legislation that makes all of these things a lot clearer because of the lack of provisions in existing acts.
The regulatory framework at present does contain significant limitations on what the government can do with personal information that it collects, who it can disclose to, that sort of thing. Where I'm interested in your comment on if there is significant data about individuals to be held outside of the Crown, that would come with those responsibilities as well, because those don't just apply to the public service. And do you have any comment on that applying where you have Māori organisations, iwi organisations holding significant amounts of personal information?
Yeah, Māori organisations already hold a significant amount of information, and you're right, under the Privacy Act, agencies is interpreted in a broad sense to include not just public service agencies, but any organisation that holds personal data, and so are already bound by those, those responsibilities in their own way with the data that they're currently holding. I actually think Māori concepts of privacy extend beyond the individual, and there has been a report published by one of our research groups that actually what we probably need is a Māori data code. The Office of the Privacy Commissioner does have powers to set up different codes. Did one recently, a code for biometric data processing to cover things like facial recognition technology. There's a case to be made that there needs to be a Māori data code that takes account much more specifically of tikanga concepts of kaitiakitanga, in relationship to Māori data, which is tapu. And a key example of that would be whakapapa information. At the moment, there's no provision specifically for the protection of whakapapa information or collective notions of privacy. So, and one of the other thing I would just add with that, with the privacy law, that makes it a little bit different from a lot of the other privacy laws around the world. I mean, they're all focused on the protection of personal data. That's just taken as a given. But our privacy principles, there's no principle for consent. Our Privacy Act is purpose-driven. So it's all around demonstrating a lawful purpose. There is no privacy principle that relates to consent. Others have pointed out that that's a major shortcoming. And so yes, of course, we have some guardrails and we have some safety mechanisms in our existing legislation, but there are also very big gaps. And in terms of Māori concepts of what careful stewarding of data looks like, the existing regulatory settings fall short.
It might be that it's a matter for legal submission, but I suppose I'd characterise aspects of the privacy framework as being ones that require consent. For example, that information about an individual can only be disclosed, one of the exceptions being with the consent or with that person's agreement. But I mean, I perhaps don't need to take that further unless you had any particular comment on that. What I perhaps wanted to ask about was whether you saw, you've commented on the individual, maybe what I've understood is that some of these principles are reflect the rights of in an individual way, and you've talked about that being inconsistent with tikanga Māori, which might want to incorporate more of the collective. But there'd been discussion about, you talk about a wahine not necessarily having consented for what's happening to her information, but that might be seen as quite an individual thing, and perhaps it's a broad question, but how do you reconcile, the rights or ability of one wahine, one person, to have control over information about them with collective-based rights?
Yeah, that's a good question. It's a tricky area. Most of the existing settings are very clear that personal data rights are first and foremost. And in most settings, they're the only rights in relation to data. Their collective rights just simply don't exist in regulatory settings. So if you're going to take a wider perspective on that, what might that look like? Actually, the Māori data sovereignty principles that Te Mana Raraunga published in 2018, and that have been quite widely used and around the world as well, it addresses that tension potentially directly, and says that in some instances where there is a tension between individual data rights and collective data rights, there will be instances where the collective data rights will prevail. And, what that looks like has to be worked through. So, I mean, there's some complex and tricky areas, but I do think because in Te Ao Māori we have sort of collective institutions that are well tested, that don't really exist in a substantial way outside of Te Ao Māori and Aotearoa, that if you wanted to get to grips with what the personal and the interface between personal rights and collective rights looks like, this is a place where I think where you'd get a lot of innovative thinking, tikanga-led thinking. I don't think that's ever going to happen out, inside of normal regulatory settings. But within a mana motuhake data system, you'd have to reckon with some of those aspects of individual rights and collective rights. And I'll just give you one little example, humble little example from one of the projects we've been doing with my own little hapu, and we don't have a lot of resources, but we've built our own digital repository focusing on data that relates to whakapapa and whenua. And our whakapapa database covers about 200 years of whakapapa, and it has ancestors in there. And one of the questions are, well, who can access that? And our response to that is actually the mana lies with the whānau. They decide who can access that. It's not for individuals to have rights. Yes, that's your ancestor, but that doesn't mean that your personal rights are the most important thing in this particular context. And so having to navigate that personal versus collective is actually really important. And it will also explicitly say in a book which contains the whakapapa is that this is not your personal data to share. Do not take this information and put it in a church genealogical database. Do not put it on Facebook. Do not copy it. This is not yours personally. It belongs to the collective, and there's responsibilities there. So I think that thinking permeates Te Ao Māori, and I feel like when it comes to some of those tricky issues, we can find ways through it.
Thank you. I didn't have any more questions, and thank you for your discussion today.
Thank you.
Tēnā koe mama. I just had a couple of questions of re-examination, just 3. Professor, you were asked by Professor Smith around the capability of wahine Māori in the space of data, and you listed some amazing wahine that are operating in this space. The fact that you can name most of them probably says quite a bit. And so just to, I guess, reiterate the kind of question I think that you were being asked there, do you think more is needed in general to grow wahine Māori capacity in the data space?
Yes, and that requires resourcing.
Kia ora. You were also asked a question by Judge Reeves around how to approach the tribunal's task given the lack of data, and we'll make some legal submissions on that being a breach. Now, my non-advanced understanding of data, when I think about it, I think of censuses and boxes and those types of data collection, gathering practices. What do you say the value in the data world is of first-hand evidence and accounts such as the evidence that wahine Māori are bringing towards the tribunal?
Oh, that's a hard question to answer. What is the value?
Yeah, in that data world. So there's obviously the beauty and the flesh of those experiences, but yep. I was just wondering your thoughts on that as a source of data.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's an incredibly rich body of knowledge and experience. And I'm just thinking of one of my colleagues who was a truth commissioner in the Europe Commission over in the state of Victoria, where they had their first truth-telling commission, and these communities were coming forward with their stories, with their truth-telling, with their truths. And the information they provided orally and to support their oral submissions, that's all data. And they saw that from the outset, and so by design, they built Aboriginal and data sovereignty into the very process, into the whole framework, so that the stories and the truth telling that occurred was all protected by explicit Indigenous data sovereignty and Indigenous data governance protocols and processes, so that people could have a level of comfort and confidence that the truth that they were sharing in their mātauranga was going to be protected by them and for them. And so if you're in a setting where those truths are being shared, I guess there is a responsibility as kaitiaki to ensure that information is protected and stewarded in ways that are culturally appropriate, both for now and for future generations. And I don't know if that's quite you were getting at, but that's my answer.
No, kia ora. It wasn't an easy question. And just finally, you were asked some questions by the Crown around the responsibilities of holding data. And from what I understand your response to be, you were saying that Māori don't have a lower threshold of care around the kaitiakitanga of data, but a heightened one and a more nuanced one that involves tikanga. Is that accurate, or could you comment on that?
Yeah, that's absolutely accurate. So I think one of the questions was around, complying with the existing regulations, and organisations already do that. But if you take a tikanga approach, that absolutely requires a higher duty of care, and having to, address some of those tricky questions we just talked about. But I think that's really where we need to go. That is the fit for purpose future of data. And we need the space and resources to be able to pursue that.
Tēnā koe, Professor Kukuta. I have no further questions, Your Honour.
Thank you, Ms. Coates. E te uri o Waikato tani whārau, me te hiku o te ika, tēnā koe. E mihi atu e te kōrero whaitaki I tuku koe I tēnei ata. He tino tāpaitanga ki te pākiritua o mana wahine. Ka nui te mihi, tēnā koe. So, it's just expressing our appreciation, Professor Kukutai, for the insights you have given us this morning into the world of data, and I think really opening our eyes up to how crucial data and the issues to do with use of data is, as I said earlier, to this inquiry, and also to all of the inquiries within our Kaupapa program. So there will be more questions coming to you in writing from the panel, but for now, as I have just done, thank you very much for your evidence this morning.
Thank you. Ngā mihi nui ki a koutou. Kia ora.
We might just take the opportunity to reshuffle, Mum.
Yeah, so reshuffle, please, but also what might be quite good is when we're ready to go, if Council could identify or introduce the media in terms of who's filming and where they are and so on and so forth, so staff know who they are, and whether there's any other media who are in the room who are filming. I don't believe so, but anyway, let's just make sure we're clear on that. Thank you.
Tēnā koe, Ma'am. In relation to media, we have our two media applications that were granted just over here. And I'm not aware of any other recordings or photos.
I don't think so, not in terms of who's in the room.
On that note, Ma'am, Ms. Paul would prefer to remain seated for her presentation, so just seeking your leave for that. Tēnā koe. O tēnā koutou e ngā mema o te rōpū whakamana I te tiriti o Waitangi. Me koutou kua tai a tawhiti mai, a tata mai I te rānei I runga I te karanga o te kaupapa. Ko Ms. Hauraki tōku ingoa, ko au tētahi o ngā roia mō ngā karemi Y381 me Y2260. Me ngā kaikaremi Ripeka Evans, rāua ko tākuta Papārangi Reid. Ka whakairi ahau I ngā kōrero taunaki a te kai kōrero e whai ake nei. Ka re aku pātai ki aia nā reira a muri I tāna kōrero ko wātia ia mō ngā pātai a te tribunara me te karauna. Nā reira, Ko te wahine kei takutaha ko Ms. Tamitha Paul. He uri ia no Ngāti Awa me Waikato anō hoki, e tautoko ana ia i ngā kareme kua kōrerotia kētia e au. Ko tōna tūranga mahi o mua he kai kaunihira mo te kaunihira o te whanganui atara. I tēnei wā he kai tōrangapu ia mo te pāti kākāriki o Aotearoa. Aha koa tōna rangatahi, he matakikoha he ihopu manawa ia. E whakapau kaha ana ia mo ngā take o te taiao, ngā whānau me ngā tauira, ngā kāinga ora, te pūnaha here here, ngā kaimahi me ngā hapori e noho rawa kore ana. Kei te aro ia ki ngā kaupapa hira hira ki aia, kia ngai Māori, kia Aotearoa whānui. Ka kōrero a Ms. Paul mo ona whia ko hei rangatahi hei wahine Māori ki roto i te ao tōrangapū. Aha koa ngā mahi tūkino me ngā kupu kangakanga i whiua mai e etahi ki aia, ko ia tērā e hoi tonu ana i te waka ki te paitawhiti ki te Aotearoa e wawatahia ana e ia. Nā reira, tēnā koe Ms. Paul. Can you please confirm for me your full name as Tamitha K. Erin Paul?
Yes.
And that the documentation before you, which are also recorded on the record of inquiry as C21, your brief of evidence, C21A, appendices to that brief of evidence, and C21B, the summary, as true and correct to the best of your knowledge.
Yes.
Tēnā koe. I also note, Ma'am, that Ms. Paul has speaking notes for today, which we have provided to the tribunal, and we will file shortly following her kōrero. Nā reira, I hand over to you now, Ms. Paul. Kei a koe te wā.
Kia ora koutou ki ngā mema o te tribunara, tēnā koutou. O tērā kia koutou katoa, ngā mihi nui kia koutou. I understand that you've all read my evidence, so what I'm going to focus on speaking to you about today are things that either weren't in the evidence that I provided or aspects that I don't think you would have heard from other claimants in the tribunal so far. And as Ms. Hodaki referred to in the opening, I do really want to put an emphasis on the experience of rangatahi and that we live in a completely different world. And I think in order for the recommendations of the tribunal to be enduring, they need to consider the world that future mana wahine will live in and what that context looks like. So hopefully my statement can assist with that. So for brief context, after university I served 1 year as the president of the Victoria University of Wellington Students Association, and during that tenure I was elected to the Wellington City Council for 4 years, and during that tenure I was elected as the member of Wellington Central for Parliament, which I currently hold now. That life in the public office or serving the community started when I was 21 years old, and I am still here and currently am 29 years old. So my entire adult life I have been in some sort of spotlight to a different varying degrees of that spotlight. My reputation has been one of strong polarising views, and I understand that. I have been both praised and criticised for those views, but I haven't had any scandals, media scandals in my personal life, and the reason that I wanted to highlight that is because I knew at a young age, entering into some sort of public office, that if I did anything wrong, I would be torn to pieces. And I knew, even as a teenager, when I realised that this is the path that I wanted to go down, that I had to be perfect in the way that I conducted myself. And I knew that I carried anything that any wahine Māori that had ever been accused or alleged or whatever, I knew that I was carrying that. And I knew that if I put a foot wrong, that would then reflect on any young Māori woman who wanted to come or who would come after me. And so that's not a fair or reasonable premise to start your career with when that's not a standard that is held to anybody else. So I wanted to put that clear, that you can do everything right. You can have no scandals. Your personal life can be totally boring and mundane, and you will still be accused of being an alcoholic, a drug addict, promiscuous. You'll still be called those things, even if you do everything right. So I really wanted to emphasise that. And I experience violence on a daily basis because I am a woman, because I am Māori, because I am young, because I am disabled, and because I am from the working class. I grew up in Tokoroa in the South Waikato. My family is working class, and I wanted to add those elements in there too around my disability that I live with every day. I have lupus, SLE, and I have rheumatoid arthritis, and that working class aspect, because that matters too, because that brings in criticism of the way you look, the fact that I have tattoos, and the way that I speak. The further away from being a white, straight, cisgendered, able-bodied, upper-class man, the deeper the violence is that you face, and the higher your profile is, the more intense the vitriol is that you face. But I know that I am not a victim because of those attributes that I listed. I wouldn't want to be anything other than Māori. I wouldn't want to be a man. I love everything about my identity, even though those things are wielded against me. I wouldn't change any of those things, but I would prefer to not be disabled. That would be the only part that really hurts, because it's something that impairs my ability to do my job. I choose not to understand the violence that is levelled at me through an analysis of what I'm doing wrong or what is wrong with me in the eyes of perhaps the media or the public. Because what I've learnt in the work that I do, especially in the criminal justice space, is I learn to put myself in the other person's shoes. And so a lot of my mental energy goes towards understanding not what can I do to not be the victim of this abuse, but what is so wrong with the people who are violent towards me, what is going on for them, because clearly that is the problem. And I hope that that is the lens through which the tribunal will also approach this through, because, as a young woman, we are told that we shouldn't walk alone at night, and that we should always be with a friend at night, and that if we have to walk to our car in the middle of the night, that we should carry a set of keys. But no one's ever telling men, just don't rape women, And I get really sick of an emphasis on what we should be doing or where wahine Māori should be in order to finally be accepted, rather than on the behaviours and the ideologies and the belief of the people who are the violent ones, who are the perpetrators. And I hope that this statement can shed some light maybe on where that is coming from as well. The people who use violence against me are not well. The nature of the violence that I experience is not casual. It's not someone being mean to me because they don't like what I say and they don't like my views. These are people who have fallen victim to extremist ideologies about women and about Māori, or these are people who are mentally unwell, or these are people whose casual racism and misogyny is enabled by the fact that they have a criminal justice system behind them that protects people who are white and wealthy. And so they say whatever they want because they know that there is a system behind them that will protect them. And I'll talk about that more later on. The reason I say that is because representation in and of itself does not go far enough. And normalising the existence or making space for the existence of wahine Māori in positions of power isn't going to legitimise their place now, and it doesn't necessarily mean that things will be better for Māori. We've got many high-profile Māoris in cabinet right now, and there might be an argument made of whether that's led to any benefits of Māori, but I don't want us to focus on the liberal politics of representation, because that alone will not address the violence, the racism or the misogyny that Māori women face in positions of power and in their everyday lives. So, to local government. As a 22-year-old Wellington City councillor, the extent of the abuse that I faced were mostly online. Things like being told that I needed to be hung from a tree by a burning tyre around my neck. In local government, there are no security services, there is no analysis of members' individual safety, and there are no safeguards in place whatsoever for elected members. And this has to change because local government is a critical aspect of our representative democracy, as I know you will all understand. Local government tends to be dominated by a group of people who believe they're in a special category of ratepayers, despite the fact that we all pay rates either directly or indirectly. Or local government is dominated by people with singular, special, niche interests who often carry fringe views or quite polarising views on particular issues. When I stood for local council in 2019, for the first time, there was an article that said that there were more councillors across the country named John than there were councillors born after the year 1980. In my view, it's the lack of overall engagement with local councils that allows this behaviour to continue and for this level of representation to exist. Less than half of the population in some places vote in local government elections, and the participation in budgeting processes and strategic conversations that happen at local government is worse than that. And because there's a lack of interest in what happens at local government, it's a breeding ground for polarising fringe views like the anti-Three Waters, anti-Māori campaign that was levelled, that Māori were trying to take over the Three Waters, and the anti-Māori wards campaign that took place as well. In my view, there should be professional standards for the conduct of local government politicians, and voting should be compulsory, and civics, including local government, should be taught in schools, because if local government is allowed to continue to operate in the shadows, it allows for that kind of behaviour to continue because there's only one voice that is participating in local government, and I've told you who that voice is. The other thing I found in local government is there wasn't a clear obligation or duty to te tiriti or under te tiriti, and that wasn't defined or directed for us. And so obviously there is well, not obviously, but I believe there is an obligation or a duty that councils hold to te tiriti because their power is, comes through statute that is created by the Crown, and their resourcing comes from the Crown, and surely that means that those obligations flow down. But until it's defined, in my opinion, local councils will not, by choice, have iwi representation around the table. They won't allow mana whenua to be a genuine part of those decisions, and the lack of Māori and the lack of women across local government will persist. On to central government. As a Member of Parliament, the violence that I experienced when I entered Parliament grew outside of the online realm and into real life. The psychological effect of that for me is that I've mostly become desensitised to a lot of the comments or messages that I receive. And that's because this abuse is all I've known my entire adult life. I'm only reminded that this sentiment is not normal when my family members or my friends read it and tell me and are upset on my behalf. I'm also reminded that it's not normal when Parliamentary Services lets me know that someone has appeared in court on charges of grievous bodily harm towards me, intent to cause grievous bodily harm towards me, or when Parliamentary Services lets me know that there has been an individual loitering around my electorate office or entering into Parliament, sending me messages, and that they're concerned about that behaviour. And this is another, I guess, nuance that I'm not sure if the tribunal would hear about in some of the claims, but the violence isn't only outright objectification and abuse. There's also an abuse that is fixation, and there's an element where people, mainly men, develop a parasocial relationship where they believe that everything that I'm doing and posting is towards them. And when they never get a response directly from me, and when their persistent requests to meet with me are not met, that turns into violence because they feel like they've been rejected by someone they've never even met, that they feel they know. I've had people with fixations on me come to public events and attempt to have conversations with me. I've had messages from a person who showed up to one of my public events and told me that he was waiting by the bathrooms for me, that whole event, for me to go to the bathroom. And what happens in these situations, and they're not just one, they are many, is that these people are referred on by Parliamentary Services to the Fixated Threat Assessment Centre. And one solution I'd like to put to the tribunal for consideration is that this centre needs to be better resourced, because that specific form of violence is not one that can be addressed through punishment. So you can arrest someone and you can imprison somebody for that kind of behaviour, but at the end of the day, what it requires is actually specialist intervention, because it's a psychological thing. What this means, both those forms of abuse and the outright hatred, is that I don't go to public events on my own. I can't go to public events on my own. I have to go with a staff member, a friend, or my partner. My partner picks me up and drops me off to everything because he doesn't trust that someone won't be waiting for me outside of my workplace because of everything that's happened to me. And it's a tremendous sacrifice that he makes, because he's also a young Māori who is trying to have his own life and his own career. And he has to take time out to be with me, to support me in my career. Central government is both safer and more dangerous. It is safer because we have security services and intelligence. Our buildings are secure. There is unlimited budget for home safety improvements, but it is more dangerous because your profile is higher and the stakes are higher. Excuse me. From May 26 this year, stalking will be a criminal offence in New Zealand. This was a bill that I worked on and amended, and it was universally supported from all political parties. And it demonstrates that safety can rise above partisan politics. There seems to be universal agreement from women in politics and Māori in politics that we should not face violence because of our gender or because of our race. The only problem is that there is no immediate cost to making something a crime. And as you all know, making a crime means nothing when most people think that they'll get away with it or have no idea what all of the crimes are and what penalties they each carry. Sorry, I'm just going to blow my nose. The work that is required to keep women in Parliament safe, that costs money, I assume would not get cross-party support. That is likely where cross-party support ends. What Wahine Māori need to operate safely in Parliament is resourcing to moderate social media platforms so that us and our audiences do not have to read or view harmful content. We can currently use our office budgets to fund this, but that is taking money away from other things that are required of us in representing our communities. We need regulation of social media platforms with an expectation that they will censor and moderate harmful content, as well as getting mis- and disinformation under control. We need strong broadcasting standards that cover the online realm as well, and funding for a strong public broadcasting network so that our news media doesn't get taken over by billionaires like in the United States. We also need greater transparency and limitations on political donations, which needs to happen in general so that hateful groups who spread racism or misogyny, like Hobson's Pledge and others, are not funding racist mouthpieces in Parliament. One element that I wanted to speak about that I don't think the Tribunal will have heard about yet is around the manosphere and red pilling. These are concepts that you really have to understand and interrogate if your findings in this inquiry or the recommendations that you put forward are to be relevant in the day and age that I live in. The nature of the violence faced today is different because of the generation that I live in. For this generation, we are born with social media, our attention spans are limited, our brains are moulded and adapted by the internet more than our own parents. If you look at the violence that is incited in countries like America, Australia and New Zealand with mass shootings and other forms of violence, it's young white men. I want the Tribunal to understand that there is a quiet, extremist radicalisation happening on the internet and at the lower end of the spectrum. It is young boys who watch Andrew Tate who enter into what is known as the manosphere. Or at the more extreme end, it is an entire red pill ideology where men are encouraged to objectify, dehumanise, sexually violate and murder women. These young men are also known as incels, which means involuntary celibates. These young men believe that they are entitled to sex. They believe that women are intentionally depriving them of sex, that women are inherently deceptive, which they believe is why women are always lying when they report violence. They believe that there is a thing called a male loneliness epidemic, and they believe that we live in a gynocentric society that oppresses men. These young men create sexualised deepfakes and post links to people like myself or my colleague Chloe Swarbrick, who is also of the same generation, to 4chan and Reddit forums where they pile on and dehumanise and degrade us, and they come out in droves. Someone will post the link and then all of a sudden you've got hundreds of comments just absolutely ripping you to shreds. It's an extremist ideology and it is quietly spreading widely, and it blames women for the consequences that those young men are experiencing as a result of colonisation and capitalism. The increased loneliness that they face, the fact that they are raised by the internet, the fact that they have no meaningful real connections, the lack of male role models in their lives, the fact that men too suffer within a patriarchal society, suppressed homosexuality and or gender dysphoria. These are young men who are experiencing all of these feelings, but are told that it is women's fault that they feel this way. And this is a hatred of a similar nature to extreme racist views. And in that context, I asked the Tribunal to turn their attention to the recommendations from the Royal Commission inquiry into the March 15th mosque attacks in Christchurch. In those recommendations, there are some that deal with the spread of white supremacist ideology, and some of these recommendations led to the establishment of a flagship research centre which focuses on violent extremism called He Whenua Taurikura. Whether it's white supremacy or extreme misogyny or anti-immigration sentiment, the methods of indoctrination are very similar. And this research is essential to combating in an evolving world. I want the Tribunal to understand that also there is technology that is being used to amplify the violence that women are facing in the form of troll farms. You might be aware that a lot of the online traffic that people are experiencing are in fact bots and not real people, that fringe groups or even in some cases foreign governments set up what is known as troll farms who send out effectively using technology or AI to attack people. And so I guess the main point I wanted to highlight at the end there is that the technology and the weapons that are used against women and wahine Māori in particular are evolving and they're becoming more powerful. And if we don't understand what those are and understand the radicalisation, the ideological extremism and the radicalisation that is happening particularly to young men, we won't be able to solve the issue. Because as I said in the beginning, we can put as many wahine Māori in, say, the beehive as we like, but if there are 100 young men standing outside ready to shoot down that woman, then it doesn't make a difference, because we can't operate in the same way that our counterparts operate, because we are always at the mercy of other people and whether they might hurt us or take our lives. So that summarises my evidence, and I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Paul. We're going to start with questions from Dr. Anderson.
Tēnā koe, Ms. Paul. My name's Robin Anderson. I want to thank you for coming in today. Unfortunately, this is likely to prompt another wave of vilification, if you like, both directed and casual, and that's a very distressing situation for you, for the tribunal, and for wahine Māori and right-thinking citizens everywhere, I think. I suppose I really only have one question, and it's really, are there models that have been applied in other jurisdictions and overseas that we can look to as a solution to the problems that you've brought to our attention today?
So this is not my area of expertise, but I'm just going to give you my reckons. I know there are other countries that protect people's identity and online identity or presence. There was a European country who has virtual passports, and I think having protections for someone's identity are important in a world where things like sexualised deepfakes and AI is used to create sexual or violent imagery of people, of anybody really, but mostly of women. And so I think protecting people's identity and their face and their whakapapa is maybe one idea, but I don't know that I've seen any country really get a grip on the beast that is social media. And the difficult position that we're in as politicians is that we don't want to exist on a platform that has demonstrated time and time again that it's unwilling to regulate harm that happens on it. However, that's where our people are. And for me in particular, knowing that there are so many rangatahi on TikTok and Instagram, I have to be on there. And so I haven't seen any really good examples of other jurisdictions limiting their or holding them to account for not regulating harmful content, death threats, abuse, or misinformation and disinformation, because often the spreading of misinformation as well will cause a pile-on too. So sorry that I can't provide better examples of other jurisdictions, but I just am not sure that they even exist yet. Yeah.
I do have another question, actually. So there's been quite a lot of debate recently about regulation, and the counter-argument that's always brought up is freedom of speech. Do you have some comment on that, and, you know, especially for wahine Māori?
my general view is that your freedom to say what you like doesn't give you the freedom to harm another person because of their gender, race, ability, sexuality, anything. And so I think we really need to improve our hate speech laws, because you can't have you can't have a freedom like freedom of speech and without consequence if you use that freedom to hurt another person, is I think the simplest way to put it.
I guess there's freedoms to, and there's freedoms from.
Exactly.
Yes.
Yeah, and so nobody's freedom of speech should inhibit anybody's freedom to exist free from discrimination or abuse for things that we can't change about ourselves, and things that we wouldn't want to change about ourselves either, yeah.
Do you think there's a public understanding of just how damaging it is, including, actual criminal threats against politicians, women politicians and Māori women?
No, there isn't. I think the Right Honourable Jacinda Ardern has progressed that significantly in showing what her experience was like. And to my mind, she's probably one of the most extreme versions. Obviously she is not also Māori, but I think she is one of the most extreme versions. I mean, she's effectively in exile. She can't come back and exist in the country that she was born in because of the violent, genuine, credible threats that she faces today. And people don't understand. So a few nights ago, when I was preparing this evidence, I asked the person that I employ to moderate my social media to give me an insight into all of the different comments that she's hidden or blocked, the worst of the worst. And I never read these things, and I shared them online so that people can see what it's like. And these are just comments. These are not even the most extreme forms of violence that we face, and people were shocked. But at the same time, there were a lot of people who said, just sticks and stones, don't let it bother you. And if it was just online comments and messages, it wouldn't. Like I said, I've become desensitized to those. But it's the real life things that are the worst, because they impede your ability to even live a normal life. I was in a supermarket, just doing my shopping, and a man comes up to me and says, I know you, you're famous. And then I was just like, yeah. And then he said, I hope you know that Jesus is coming for you. And then, it's just those kinds of interactions. And when you're by yourself, even in a place where there are lots of other people, it just makes you not want to go anywhere. And when you can see that some of these people are mentally unwell and aren't rational, they aren't rational adults, and I think that's what I was also trying to highlight with the fixation, is that you can't reason with some of these people because they are mentally unwell, and that's why the solution to that has to be a specialist one. It can't be a situation where we just lock them all up and hope that solves the problem, because in some cases it is something really deeply psychologically wrong that's happened to that person. Yeah.
And one more question, because you mentioned the centre for, I've forgotten the title. Could you tell us a little bit more about that?
Yeah,
the work it does?
Yeah, so this is, I believe it's He Whenua Taurikura, and this was, do you mean the Fixated Assessment Threat
Yes,
Centre?
that one.
Yeah. So my understanding, and there's probably someone who can speak to it better, is that this is a centre that provides psychological support of people who are fixated. And they understand the nature of fixation, which is something I didn't understand until working on the stalking law. And this is this phenomenon where, for some people, they can have a tiny interaction with someone and they just latch onto that person, they fixate on them, and it's all they can think about. and it leads to some really dangerous situations. But it's so irrational that it's not something you can fix through, therapy or counselling, or I think it's something that is it's something that's not even very well understood. And so this centre is where people get referred to if they are fixated. And my understanding is that they work with that person through that and try and understand where did that fixation come from, and how do we break that? Because fixation, if someone is, let's say they commit stalking under the Crimes Act as it is now, or will be legislated from May 26th, the punishment is imprisonment. You can lock someone up and they will just sit in that cell and fixate on the person even more. And then when they get back out, that fixation still exists. And so I think those specialist centres are really important to breaking down that, because it's an area that's not well understood and that I don't think we have the faculties yet to really solve. Yeah.
All right, well, those are all my questions. Thank you for coming and talking to us today. Thank you.
Tēnā koe.
Tēnā koe.
I also want to thank you for coming to talk with us. I'm really conscious about what I ask you because you're a sitting member, and I don't want to sort of go anywhere that is not a good place for you to go. Yeah. I really appreciated in your kōrero today that you expanded on what you think needs doing about this. That's really helpful for the tribunal. And there's something else I want to ask you to do either today or in writing that would also be helpful for us. So a lot of the action that you talk about is action of not action of the Crown. It's action of other people out there in public that you as a public figure are particularly subject to. But actually I suspect there's a whole lot of other people who who this kind of thing happens to as well. It would be really helpful for the tribunal if you could think about the situation that you're describing to us and tell us, what do you think the responsibilities of the Crown are with respect to this situation? So they're clearly not responsible for, the person waiting at the bathroom. That's an individual person. But what is it around the environment that enables that to happen that you think is the responsibility of the Crown?
So...
And I am happy, if you want to give that more thought then immediately, I'm more than happy for that to come back in writing.
I have a few top of mind thoughts, but I will take up that offer to make it, I guess, more coherent in writing. I'm not sure if the Crown or Parliament can have some form of a code of conduct, or whether that's something that could be, I'm not sure what the tribunal's capacity is to suggest these kinds of things, but when senior male politicians, or senior politicians in general, when they attack one of their colleagues, and I mean in the public domain, I'm not talking about in the House, so we're not interfering with parliamentary privilege there. When they openly attack their counterparts, but on grounds that are unfair based on gender or race or ability or age, they're creating permission structures which opens the floodgates for all of their followers to just absolutely wreck that person. And so I'm unsure if that could be something that could be captured by a code of conduct at all, but I think there has to be a higher standard of behaviour, and that there must be an understanding by all figures in any position of influence of the consequences of doing something like that, because they know what they're doing when they open up those structures. But the other thing is, I think the Crown, and I might be wrong, but the Crown perhaps has a responsibility to resource those centres, like the ones that I talked about in here, the fixated threat assessment centre or the research centre into violent extremism. I'm not sure if that is the Crown's role in terms of the resourcing, but those are mechanisms that do reduce the violence that people holding office face, but particularly Wahine Māori, and that is something that they can do to reduce that violence, is by resourcing that research so we understand it and can prescribe solutions that actually work beyond imprisonment or arresting somebody.
My question was really going to be sort of following on from what Kim has just set out, and perhaps I can put that in terms that your council can maybe sort of assist you to respond to us specifically about. So we have our statement of issues for this particular PO, and so my thinking is what we would like to know clearly from you in terms of the issues that we've set out are, what are the Crown's duties and obligations under Te Tiriti in relation to the ability of Wahine Māori to participate and hold leadership and decision-making roles? That's obviously in all levels of governance, including the obligation to create conditions for Wahine Māori to participate fully, safely, and equally in governance. So that's really kind of where the rubber hits the road for us, I guess, in that issue, and you've really given us some good information about that. So also following on from that, in your view, how has the Crown breached those duties and obligations? And I think you've set out for us quite clearly what is the prejudice for you in that situation, and you've also usefully set out some ideas for us about some remedies. So that's just sort of putting the issue into the structure that we are, I guess, approaching these matters in this inquiry, in this part of the inquiry. So if you could have a think on that and let us have that in writing, that would be useful. Yeah.
I'll put it in writing so, again, it's more coherent. But I think the main thing is that not all of us, but some of us who are in there, Wahine Māori, our job is to give effect to Te Tiriti. And I guess I might only be speaking for myself, and I'm not speaking only for myself, but our job is to give effect, whether that is devolving power to or resource to iwi and hapu so that they can realise their own tino rangatiratanga, or whether it is in the exercise of that kāwanatanga power that we ensure that no harm is done to Māori, and we enable iwi and hapu to determine for themselves what they need and what they want for their own people. So that's what we're trying to do, but we're impeded by the fact that we're trying to do this thing, and all of our resources and energy is being taken away by this abuse and violence to the point where it becomes untenable to stay in that position to make it happen. And everybody in politics knows that a 3-year term, you can't get a lot done in that amount of time. So in order to be really effective, you've got to have that longevity. But you can't have that longevity when you are constantly being hammered by that violence, because that violence means that you can't have a normal functioning life. So all of your mechanisms and ways that you can stay safe and stay well are reduced. But also, because of the fast-paced and heavy nature of the work, you're working around the clock from early hours of the morning to late at night. Your mental well-being and your mental faculties are not as strong as the average person, and so you are vulnerable to to what you are hearing and receiving. And when you're in that state of being vulnerable, sometimes you can begin to believe what they're saying about you. And that is what takes people down the path where they self-sabotage and partake in risk-taking behaviour, as I know you've heard about or will hear about from others. And I think it's more that constant distraction that takes away from your ability to just go and do your part as a decision maker under te tiriti, and for you to be trying to implement what you believe is the best way to uphold te tiriti is just, you are distracted from that. But also your resources are taken away from that because you're so busy responding to media inquiries about where your scarf is from, or what, like these petty, and I know Tori Whānau talked about some of the things that they asked her about, does her dog go to the office? Did you buy a new car? Like these just ridiculous inquiries that serve as a distraction to take you off what you're trying to do. And I think that's probably the biggest way that it interacts, or one of the biggest ways that it interacts with the job of a member of parliament or a local government councillor or whoever to be trying to honour te tiriti. Yeah.
Tēnā e te wahine toa. Maringa nui ko koe he whāriki mai nei e nei kōrero e nei whakaro ki mua i a mātou. Nō mātou te whiwhi, nō mātou te whai ki o kōrero. I must say, I've benefited greatly from your description of the way in which, in particular, young men are raised outside of what are the social norms of what we generally assume to be raising our tamariki in whānau, and the effort we put within our communities to build social norms that are positive, productive, and supportive. And your account is shocking around the increased reliance of our rangatahi on social media, are the norms that are being engendered. And I've heard about them, but putting it in a very tangible way in your account has been helpful for me personally to understand that. In the back of my mind, I'm thinking that what can be done to ensure wahine Māori are a part of leadership going forward, and the active protection that needs to be put in place for wahine Māori. I'm shocked with your account around not getting sufficient support around managing your media, social media, and having to use resources that otherwise men within the system don't have to use resources in those areas. And I'm not sure with the questions that are associated with you as an MP in Parliament, and the sort of challenges that are coming your way behind the scenes are going against parliamentary privilege, but maybe you're able to talk about the sorts of responses you got when you were in local government around why additional support couldn't be provided to particularly young Māori women in that environment, and the failure to recognise that there is a significant threat of harm that is on you.
Thank you, Doctor. I think it's because elected members in local government just in general get no support unless you're the mayor. So you don't get a assistant who helps you to book or schedule your meetings or go through your emails or do anything for you, really. You don't get a budget in the same way that you do in central government, and so you're really just beholden to whatever arrangements exist in whichever territorial authority exists across the country. But there is no, with Parliament, we've got parliamentary services and they've got the security team, and that covers everybody, all 123 MPs, whereas with the local government, it's an ad hoc approach. And I'd like to think that Wellington City Council is probably one of the more progressive councils in terms of thinking of those kinds of things. But even still, there's nothing. There's nothing there, and that means that if you are an elected member, you are reading all of that stuff that comes into your inbox, and there is no resourcing, there is no assessment, there is no money for making sure that your home is safe and secure. I mean, they do briefings about how you can look after yourself and protect yourself, and don't post a story when you're in a particular place, otherwise people might know where you are. They'll give you that kind of advice, but there's no real resourcing at the local government level, and I think that's a real problem, because I know that there have been local government Wahine Māori councillors across the country who have faced threats and abuse in real life and online, and there just really is not a lot of resourcing to deal with that or address that in local government.
Final question is around your thoughts around, unless people are affected personally, it impacts them personally, it's easy to brush those threats off. And perhaps it wasn't until Jacinda Ardern became Prime Minister within the country that suddenly it raised this whole idea of threats of violence, and that then reached a heightened pitch in the media. But the need for a Māori woman Prime Minister in the country might change things, and to be able to put forward in front of people, the general public, about how important it is to have these issues addressed, because at the moment it appears that some of it's been swept under the carpet. You might have other views around that. Tēnā koe. Not sure whether it's a question or a statement, but tēnā no pe whakaro.
What I thought about when I watched Jacinda's documentary, because I probably cried 3 times watching it, because I mean I can't fathom how busy that would have been, but what I saw was a universal experience for all women in politics. It's just doesn't matter how hard you work, how effective you are, how smart you are, how well you behave, it will just never be good enough. And the sour feeling I was left with after watching the documentary was, if this continues and if nothing is done about it, we will be governed by idiots, because you get the democracy that you deserve. And if this is the way that we treat people and treat women in these positions of power, then maybe the public doesn't deserve to have good representatives, if this is what they get. But then I have to remind myself that those people who are violent or abusive, they are a minority, but when that's all you are hearing and seeing, it can begin to feel like that's what everybody thinks. And that's why I think people just think, oh, why do I even bother, you know? And so we'll never have a sustainable number of, we'll never have really, you know, the representation that we deserve while women are treated like that. Yeah.
Tēnā koe. I really appreciated you bringing your generation and the experience of your generation into this space, and I guess spelling out for us what that means, not just for now, but for the future for Wahine Māori, and I really appreciated that. But I guess the question I want to ask, you made it in your speaking notes, is that, you know, it's not just about representation. I think the story you've told is women can be, Wahine can be at the table, but it's still not safe. And I'm just wondering if you wanted to elaborate on that a little bit more. And I'm happy to take that in writing, but it's probably faster if you just give it orally.
Yeah, and it's something I think about a lot, because, you know, liberal ideas around representation kind of make it out like if you've got everybody represented around the table, that it might, you know, solve all the problems, but it really doesn't. And we know that just because you are a woman or just because you are Māori, and you're around the table doesn't mean you won't also hurt those same communities that you belong to. And I think one of the most recent big examples of that is pay equity, because that was an announcement that was that was something that was announced by a group of senior women in cabinet who have taken away fair pay for 150,000 New Zealand women. And so, and similar to that point I made about the number of Māori in cabinet today, there must be a record, you know, in terms of David Seymour, Winston Peters, Tama Pōtaka, Shane Jones. I'm not sure that there's ever been a time where there's been such high profile Māori in cabinet, but that doesn't mean that there is no harm that is happening to Māori, or that Te Tiriti has been protected from scrutiny or attacks. And so the point of that is that just because we exist within those positions doesn't mean that our communities are therefore excluded from being harmed, because that's not the way it works. And I also think it's the wrong focus. I think the focus shouldn't be on how we protect wahine Māori in this environment. The question should be, how do we change the environment? And I think the focus should actually be on the people who are causing the harm, more so than the people who are receiving the harm. And that's a principle that rings true in the criminal justice spaces that I work on as well. Nobody ever wants to work with the perpetrators, but working with the perpetrators and rehabilitating them is far more effective at stopping cycles of harm. And that's why I really wanted to emphasise what's happening with young men today, because it is really scary. And what I know too is that I'm not the right person to speak on that, because they also won't listen to me. They'll listen to another young man. And so I wonder if there should also be a question of how men can be the solution to the pain and the harm that men cause towards women, rather than women having to be the solution to all of the problems that we didn't create.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
So over to the Crown for any questions you have.
Tēnā koe, Ms. Paul. Thank you for your evidence very much. I just have a very minor point of clarification. My name's Ms. Dean. I'm a lawyer for the Crown. The point of clarification was just you talked about the fixed threat, I think, assessment centre. And is it your understanding that this is a collaboration between police, health agencies and the Parliamentary Service?
I haven't looked into that.
Good. That's all. Thank you. Any re-examination?
Kyle Mum, but perhaps we could file some further info on some of the centres that Ms. Paul has discussed today, as I don't believe they were included in the initial brief of evidence.
E te mana wahine rangatahi. Tēnā koe, he wahine toa koe. He mihi ana ki a koe mō tō kōrero i a mātou te tribunara i tēnei ata. Me te whakapua ki tō whiako hei kai tō rangapū wahine Māori. He pauri ana mātou ki te rongo i ngā mahi tūkino i pā ki a koe me ngā kai tō rangapū wahine Māori. Kaori tēnei i te tika me whakatika. O te rā, kanui te mihi, tēnā koe. Kia ora.
Ka pai, ma'am. We'll just clear the bench now for our learned hoa and their witnesses.
Kia ora, Mum. If we can just have a few minutes to set up, and we have a couple of kids in tow, so...
Aye. I've momentarily lost a couple of my members, so they'll be back in a moment.
Mum, it's Ms Sykes at the back here. We will be leaving at 1 o'clock, so I seek leave to leave. Ms Delamere Renui from my office should be on screen for the afternoon. We've got planes this afternoon. Kia ora.
Thank you, Ms Sykes. Leave granted.
Tēnā he te kauwhakawā o tira he te rōpu whakamana I te tiriti o Waitangi. Mihi atu ana tēnei kia koutou. O tira tātou kua hui mai nei tēnei rā. Tēnā tātou kua tēnā tātou kua tau. Ko taku ingoa ko aroha hiruini, ko maua ko Miss Evans kei tērā taha e whakakanohi ana I te kreme toru kore toru. He kreme tēnei nā Nora Rameka. Rātou ko hiene I te mate kōiwi, ko Rukuwai Allen. Kaore au mo te whakaroaroa I tēnei tūāku, ka tukuna ngā tāpaitanga whakataki, hei pānuitanga mā koutou, ko tana nama ko te toru, kore toru, ira rua toru me te pūriki ā. Hoi anō tāku, e whakataki I te kreme toru kore toru, me te tiki ake I etahi kaupapa, etahi tāpaitanga matua, ka mutu he wāhi I te papa, mā tēnei toko toru, ki te tuku I a rātou kōrero taunaki. Kāti tēnei wiki ka toko ake te pātai He aha tā te tiriti I pohewa nei. Mea mai rā kai tāme ko te hauruatanga, ko te ngātahitanga, ka pai. Kei hea rā te whakahoki a ngā kai kreme. Mea mai rā kai tāme waiho a ina mata kia ina mata, titiro whakamua ki te ana mata, me te mea nei e kore a muri e hokia. Taihoa e rongo ai koutou I ngā whakahoki ngā kōrero a ngā kai kreme. Ko ngā kai kreme katoa he wahine no te tai tokurea whānui me ngā tini iwi puta I te motu. He tirohanga motuhake tō rātau no rātau ake reanga. He mōhiotanga o rātau ki te reo Māori. Me o nā tikanga me ngā whakahaerenga anō hoki ki roto I o rātau hapori, ki runga I o rātau marae, ki roto I o rātau hapu iwi anō hoki. He reo e tika ana kia tukuna, he reo e tika ana kia rangona I tēnei ruku tātari. Ka ti taihua e nei reo e rongo. Kia mihi ai konei ngā rangatira, ngā māreikura, nā rātau te kreme tuatahi tuku, te kreme toru waru, tahi e mihi atu ana ki te tākuta, te māngai o te rōpu, wahine Māori toko I te ora. E harai te mea I hua noa mai tēnei kreme I te take kotahi, I te mahi kotahi raini a te krauna. Engari rāia he kawe mai I ngā kōrero pono, me ngā whiako mo te krauna whakaparahako I a ngai wahine Māori. I ngā toronga katoa o te ao, no mai I te tainga mai o Pākehā tēnei āhuatanga. Nā wai ka wehe te wahine Māori I tōna ahurea Māori, I ōna whenua taurikura, I tōna reo taketake, I tōna whānau me tōna hapu. Me te aha kua noho ngā wahine Māori hei papa I ōna ke whenua, hei tuarua ki te hunga nā te Māori rātau I pōhiri kia whai kāinga ai ki enei whenua. Mā ngā kai kōrero me a rātau tuhinga e ki te mai ai te traibunara e harai te mea I taka noa mai e nei āhuatanga. E harai te mea I tūpono noa ngā wahine Māori ki e nei āhuatanga. He mea ātawhai, ātahanga e te Pākehā e te karauna I e nei āhuatanga. I mōhio ke te karauna ki tāna I whai ai. I tāna whakairo ture, I ana mahi tāmi arā ko te whakapākeha I te iwi Māori te whai. Ko te whakakore I te whakaro Māori, I ngā whakapono Māori, I ngā pūrākau me ngā kōrero tuku iho kia mate rāno. I ngana te karauna ki te whakatutuki I enei whainga ma te whakatō, I enei whakaro Pākeha ki roto I ngā whakahaerenga o Aotearoa. Ngā pūnaha, ngā whare, ngā hanganga katoa, o tira ki roto I te ture me ngā kaupapa here. Ko te mana me te rangatiratanga o ngā wahine Māori, kei raro e putu ana, ko te iwi Māori I whakahāwea tia, nuitia ko te tiriti me ona mātāpono I takahia rawatia. Hei tautoko I te kreme, kua tukuna atu ngā kai kōrero e toru e noho mai nei a rātau taunakitanga. Tuatahi ake ko Aroha Nui Alan, ko te tana nama si ono te kau me te pūriki a. Ko Heni te mate kōiwi si ono te kau mā tahi me te pūriki a. Me ruku wai Alan si rima te kau mā iwa me te pūriki a. Hoi anō tāku I tēnei wā he whakataki I te wā kia rātau, ka tuku I ētahi pātai ki Heni te mate koiwi, I runga anō I o tohu e te kai whakawā. Hoi anō ko te hiahia, me te inoi, kei kuhu poka noa ia ki te whiore, ki te huku o ana kōrero, I roto I te wāhanga I tohua e koe, ka tuku I ētahi pātai I mua, e pai ai te marama ki e rā kōrero e whai horopaki e rā. Hoi anō nōku te waimaringa nui ki te karangātu ki te kai kōrero tuatahi ko Aroha Nui Alan. Nā te mea me te kaiwhakawā he ruanga Allens, ka rangahia tana ingoa tuatahi. Tēnā koe te whanaunga, e tikana i tukana e koe ngā tuhinga C60 me te C60 ki mua i te aroaro te tribunara.
Ai.
E whakau ana koe e tika e pono ana e rā kōrero katoa.
Ai.
Ka pai, ka tukana te rākau ki a koe, kei a koe te wā.
Tēnā koutou o tira tēnā tātou katoa. Ko Arohanui Alan tōku ingoa. He uri tēnei no ngā pito maha o te tai toke rau. He uri o āhua iti, he ke iho ki te Pākira, o kahutia nui, o te wahine iti, o tūrou, o hine amaru, mokopuna, o ngā tūpuna, i haina tia, i te tiriti o Waitangi, me he whakaputanga. He kai kaunihira wāri Māori ahau ki te hiku o te ika. Ko tāku tino mahi, he māma, toko toru aku tamariki, ka mutu, he wahine Māori ahau. Tēnā koutou mo tō tuku wāhi mai ki tēnei. Maramara o taitoke rau kia horai oku whakaaro ki te marenga, kia tuku hoki i aku whea ko ki tēnei kaupapa rangatira nā reira tēnā tātou katoa. E mua i taku kōrero mō ngā mahi tēnihanga te krauna, me hoki atu ki muri mai i te tau 1840. E mua i te whakatū o te kāwanatanga, e mua i ngā ture, e mua hoki i ngā kaupapa here, hoki whakamuri ki te whakaaro i o te kē te whakatakotoranga o te tuapapa mo te tāmitanga. Me kaua tātou e pōhehe i tīmata te tāmitanga i te whakatū o te kāwanatanga me te whakatauturi e kāo. He mea nui kia mārama tātou i te tainga mai o te kaitāmi ki Aotearoa, raua rātou i tae mai me te ngākau tūwhera, me te hinengaro tūwhera ki te ao Māori, e kāo, ka kapi ki o rātou hinengaro, tō rātou pōhewatanga mo tēnei ao hau ka noho tahi ai tātou ki tērā o tō rātou ake ao. Tētahi o era āhuatanga o tō rātou ao ko te whakaraupapa te tūranga o ia mea. Tai noa ki ngā āhuatanga e hangaia i te rangatira, me ngā āhuatanga katapaina he pononga. Ko te Great Chain of Being, tēnā. Horekau tēnei whakaraupapa i te whakamārama noa i te ao, he whakaraupapa e tohu ana te prene o te tāmi. Ka mutu he whakaritenga o te mana tō ia mea. Nā runga i tēnei whakaraupapa e whakapono ana te kaitāmi kei raro iho koe wahine mā i ahau. Nā reira horekau he take mo te raupatu whenua, horekau he take te pūtu atu koe i ngā tūranga mana whakahaere. Ka hore rawa i ngaro noa iho te mana o te wahine i te kore mōhio o te kaitāmi. Kua oti kē te whakairinga i a mātou wahine Māori mā e ai kia rātou ki raro iho ki te taha o ngā awa, o ngā maunga, o te whenua. Me te mea nei he wahanga koe o te tai ao. Nā reira, mā manoa, te wawāhi i a koe, te hokona atu, te hokona mai. Hei whakataurite i te ao Māori, ko te tapu o te wahine, tāna hononga pātata nei ki te tai ao. Mā te whānau pēpi, mā te toto, te ikura, me te whakapapa, he mea mana nui tērā hononga. E ai ki e whakaputanga, ko te kiingitanga, ko te mana i te whenua. Mā konei tātou kite ai te tuki o ngā ao e rua. I taku taunaki kōrero, kua kaha kōrero au mo te ikura,
I pēnā ai kia whakātu marama keho tātou i te tāmitanga o te wahine. I te mea te taia te tāne te ikura, te heke toto, te taia te tāne te whānau pēpi mai. Nā reira mā tērā taunaki mo te ikura, ka marama keho tātou, ko aua ture e mea nei ki taku taunaki kōrero, he ture whakatāmi i te wahine. Te aronga ki te ikura, he hanga i te matapihi kia kite i te tirohanga o te Pākehā, o te kaitāmi ki te wahine Māori. Nā reira, tēnei tohu, whakaatu mai i ngā ture wahine mā. Mo te whakatāmi o te krauna ki te wahine Māori. He mea whakatoi rawa atu tēnā. Ka taia e te krauna, te titiro ki te marautanga, nā rātau anō i waihanga. Ka taia hoki te whakatau, hei, me aro take tātou i tēnei marautanga, i te mea ngā hua ka puta mo te taha o te reo matatini, me te taha o te reo o te pāngarau, ka hore ngā hua, he hua e hia ana. Nā reira, māmanoa, te kāwana, te titiro ki te marautanga, te titiro ki ngā hua, me te arotake. E rangi kaore hei ana ki te titiro ki ngā ture, nā rātau anō i whakature hia kinotia, ngā kaupapa here anō hoki, me te whakatau, ko aua ture, aua kaupapa here, nā mātau anō i hanga, te take noho pēnei ai te wahine Māori. Whakatoi katoa ana. Kaore e tika kia kōrero hia ngā hua o nāia nei me te mea nei i puta noa mai i te kore. Ka huri i nāia nei ki te hanga ture, kaupapa here anō hoki a te krauna. Ko ngā tāngata e kaha aki, tohu, poi, i ēnei hanga, ko Elsden Bess, ko Edward Shortland mā. I horapa rāua tuhinga ki ngā tari maha o te kāwanatanga. Ko rāua e kaha hanga ana te pikitia o te tikanga Māori me te ao Māori. Rawa tērā pikitia e rā tuhinga he mea pīwari, kia noho ki te tēpu kohi puehu, i tuku atu ngā taringa o te krauna kia rāua. I roto i tētahi o ngā tuhinga a best, i whakatauira hia, i whakatau te ikura he mea unclean e ai ki te paipera. I waihanga āna kōrero, āna tuhinga, i tētahi ao Māori, tikanga Māori hou. Nā ērā kōrero i hau atu ki ngā ture, ki ngā kaupapa here, nā te kāwanatanga anō i waihanga. Tēnā ko tētahi o aku pātai, i tūwhera ērā tatau ki te tohunga Māori. I tuku iho ngā taringa o te krauna ki te wahine Māori, hei pai ai tā tātou noho tahi, hei pai ai tā tātou prene i tēnei ao hau ka noho tahi ai tātou e kāo, ka hore rawa. Ka pēnā tonu te āhua, te pūnaha o te whakatau kaupapa here, ki te kaunihira, ki ngā kaunihira. Ka kite au i ēnei momo tukanga ki roto i te kaunihira o te hiku o te ika. Kei roto i tērā whare, tērā wahanga o te krauna, o nā ake tohunga, ona ake kai rangahau, ona ake kai tito ripuata. Ko rātou ke e arahi ana i a mātou ngā kai kaunihera i te ara tika, i te huarahi ka puta he hua mō te katoa. Wai mari ana mātou o te hiku o te ika i pōti tō mātou rohe kia mau ki ngā wāri Māori. Kia noho mātou ngā Māori ki te tēpu, kia āta whera, āta whakaro ki ngā hua o ngā whakataunga mo te iwi Māori. He whai whakarotanga rawa ōku tūpuna i rongo, rawa rātou i kite. E whānga tūru wāri Māori ki te kaunihera o te hiku o te ika, e toru kua riro ki te wahine Māori. I tērā tau, i kaha pōti te hiku o te ika mo te hunga wahine, nā i rangona whānui tia e au ngā kōrero, e hiahia ana te iwi ngā wahine, nā te mea, ka oti i a rātou ngā mahi. Ai, he tika, ai, he mea me whakanui. Engari, ki te ao Māori, e hara tēnā he mea hou. I tū hei rangatira o mātou tūpuna wahine i mua i te tainga mai o te kai tāmi. He mea ohorere, he mea tūmeke tēnei ki te hunga whakaro Pākehā ana. Nā reira, i te tainga mai o ngā mea, pēra ki te converture, i kauea mai e te English Laws Act, 1858, nā korā te hekenga iho, te tīmata o te whakature i te hekenga iho o mātou ngā wahine Māori i ngā tūranga rangatira. Tēnā pea, aini pea, ka ui mai tētahi. E aroha nui, kua tai ke koe ki te tūranga rangatira, kua tai ke koe ki te tūranga kai kaunihera, ko koe te tauira o ngā mea tika e haere ake nei i roto i te kāwanatanga. Puku kata anau pēnā ka tai mai taua kōrero ki ōku taringa. I te mea i tēnei wā tonu kua puta te kōrero mai te minita, kai kaunihera mā, me tuku prene toru marama. Kia whakatakoto he kaunihera hou. Rawa he ahakoa i pōti o mātou whānau kia ū ngā wāri Māori. Rawa he haumarutanga kua heke iho mai i tēnei krauna kia mau tonu mātou ki era wāri Māori i roto i enei panonitanga. Nā reira ko tōku tūranga rangatira, he tūranga i runga i te onepu neke. Rawa he tūranga i runga i te whenua tū te ao, tū te pō. Aini hoki pea, ka puta te kōrero. He kōrero tawhito enei, eki. Kei konei tēnei momo societal norm i enei rā. I te 15 o ngā rā o Mei, i te tau 2020, i tae mai tētahi ripoata mo te Waiteko, te Waipara. Me ngā huarahi o tira te nama me utu, kia aukati te tukuna atu o te Waiteko, ki tōku moana ki te wahapu o hokianga atu i rāwene. I whakapono te kaunihera ki taua ripoata, i te mea te hunga i tuhi i taua tuhinga, he experts. I whakamohio mai taua pepa rā ki ngā rongoa, ka mutu te nama me utu kia tutuki. Tētahi rongoa i noho ki te takiwā o te 20 miriona tāra, tāpiri tanguhia 50 paeheneti. Tētahi anō rongoa ka noho ki te takiwā o te 8 miriona tāra tāpiri tango hea rima te kaupai heneti. He oi, i taua wā tonu, he rōpū hapu, he rōpū arahina ana e te wahine Māori, e pakanga ana, e pakanga ana kia uai tō rātou reo Māori, o rātou pūrākau Māori, o rātou mātauranga Māori ki tēnei pūnaha kia whakaoti ai te tuku i te waipara ki te wahapū o hokianga atu i Rāwene. Nā te kaha tautoko o etahi o ngā kaikaunihera o tērā wā, i te wikini katahi anō ko hipa, i tutu ki rātou i tērā whainga matua. Kaua naka i tutuki, engari i tutuki i raro iho i te nama 1 miriona tāra. Aha kua tēnā. Aha kua tēnā. Aha kua ko kite i te pēke moni, ko kite i te puhi te aiwa, te ingoa o tēnei mihini, no te pūrākau i arahina i a rātou i tēnei huarahi. Aha kua tēnā, kore rawa au e kite i era momo pūkenga ki roto i ngā skills matrix. Ngā skills matrix e whakatau ana ko waihe expert. Ko te hua o ngā skills matrix, ko te Tai Tokerau Waters Establishment Advisory Group, e rima ngā tāne. Tika. Horekau he ture kia pēnā ai, horekau he te ture tāmi wahine 2020 ka kore te wahine e whai wāhi ki te skills matrix. Horekau he ture pēnā, engari nā te kaha tāmi i ngā tau 1800, ko pēnā te pūnaha, ko pēnā te taiao, anei ngā hua, rawa ngā pūkenga o te wahine, rawa ngā pūkenga rau o te wahine, e whai wāhi ki tērā skills matrix, nā reira ka pēhea ia e whai tūranga rangatira pēnā ka kore aua whakaraupapatanga, aua whakatakotoranga e ki anei ngā pūkenga o te wahine e whai mana ana. Anei ngā uara o te wahine e whai mana ana. Nā reira, ko rongo kaha ana au i ngā pātai, ai i pēhea te mahi a te krauna kia pēnei ai. Nā, i etahi wā, he pakeke, he taimaha te tohu ki tētahi ture, te tohu ki tētahi wā i mahi pēnei ai te krauna. E rangi pēnā ka mārama keho tātou, ko pīrau te wai, nā ngā mahi mai rano, nā e tupu ana te wahine Māori ki roto i era wai pīrau. Me whakatau tātou, horekau he take kia ture ai i nei mahi i noa nei. I te mea ko tēnei te ao e noho ana ai tātou, mātou ngā wahine Māori. Kua pau te wā, hei whakakapi, mā koe kapo anō i ngā kōrero mō tō mātou wahapū o hokianga hei tauira. I mua te tainga mai o tēnei krauna, he wai Māori, he wai ora, he wai tipua, he wai tūpuna tō mātou. Nā te kaha tuku i ngā para o ngā mātāpono, te Great Chain of Being, te aro ki ngā tuhinga o ngā tāne Pākehā mo te ao te wahine Māori, te hangahanga ture tāmi te wāhine, ko pīrau te wai. Me aukati tēnei krauna i te whakapīrau i tō mātou wai. Me tuku i ngā rawa kia āhei mātou te whakatika i era he nā rātau anō, ka mutu me puta atu. Puta atu te krauna i o mātou wāhi Māori, kaua rawa e hoki mai te kotahi tau me te ki Eka, he rite tonu te hanga. E ahana koutou Māori mā. Ka roa tā mātou noho ki e nei wāhi pīrau, e neke, e puta, waiho mai ngā rawa. Tēnā tātou.
Tēnā koe, kei taku tuakana, Hene. Tēnā e whakau ana koe i tukuna ngā tuhinga C61 me te pūreke A. E whakau ana koe tika e pono i rā kōrero katoa?
Pono marika.
Ka pai. Tēnā kōrero mau, mau. Ko ai koe nohi a koe.
Tete kawaikura i runga i te rangi e tūnei. Kia taka mai ko te aroha o ngā tua ki te whenua. Te whenua e tau nei te hunga tangata ai. Tēnā koutou kia tau i hoe. Tēnā koutou. Hēni te mate koewi tēnei, ko hoki mai ki te tarai pūnara ko rereke te ingoa, ko tau mai ko te kapua pauri. Engari runga no i ngā āhuatanga, me ko ke whakamua me here tonu, hoena te mana tonu o te wahine. Māori nei. Nā reira ahau, e ti matangi ana ngā kōrero, ahau no te aupauri, ahau no te arawa. Tupu mai ki roto te aupauri whānau mai au i te arawa. Ko hoki atua hau ki roto o te arawa. Noho ai, whakatupu i taku pāhara keke. Ko te pāhara keke, te tuāpapa o waku kōrero ai. E pēnana ngā whakaaro i runga no i te mōhio mā ngā roia tonu, te taha ki te ture. Māku tonu pēr, te taha ki ngā tikanga, te taha ki ngā āheinga, ki ngā koranga. Ko tuku i ho mai e ngā mātua, e ngā tupuna, e ngā rangahau. Ka mutu i ngā reo o te wahine tonu, ai. Engari, kei reira hoki te matuatanga o ngā kōrero i ngā tāne. Me te aki tonu tātou i ngā tāne. He mana tō te wahine, he mana tō te tāne. Ki te kore te tāne, ko kore te wahine. Ki te kore te wahine, ko kore te tāne. E ko nā hau, tiki tonu mai ai te kōrero mo te pāhara keke. Ko te wahine, ko te tāne, te mea whakarito-rito i te pāhara keke. Hoira te aria, hoira te matuatanga o ngā whakaaro. Tētahi whakaaro. E haki te mea hoena te ahunga i ngā wākatoa engari koira. Hei ahunga māku i te wānei, i runga no i te mōhio, ko hutia ke te rito o tēnei hara keke. Ko mate, tētahi. Nā reira, kei haku e tēnui te wetahi pātai kia tuku mai kia marama keho, te tarai pūnara ki ngā kōrero. Ka mutu, e rongo tonu mai ai te tapu, e rongo tonu mai ai te noa o ngā kōrero.
Tēnā koe, Hene, e katahi anō koe ka kōrero mo te pāhara keke. Me o kōrero, ko te ora o te pāhara keke, te tino tohu o te mana me te rangatiratanga o te wahine. He kōrero anō au?
Ai, tika tonu. I wareware pēr hau te mea ke he kairipo ata matua hau i roto i ngā tau. He tangata ko horapa here i te whenua, ko kōrero ki te huhua o ngai Māori i roto i ngā tau. Ko kohi kōrero, ko whai whakaaro kia rātau. Ki te tahuri atu, ki te tukanga, ki te taha, ki te ture, ki te ao Pākehā nei. Rereke no atu, te noho a te Māori, ki te noho a te Pākehā. Mana, ko wetahi, ka whati ko wetahi, ko tino whatia i roto i ngā tau. Ka mutu, i roto i ngā whakareanga. E ko nā hau tonu ka kōrero mo te whakapapa. E kōrero pēnei ana nā te mea hoenei te āhua waku kanohi. Ka titoro pēnei, ka titoro pērā, te rite mai ki ngā kanohi a te Pākehā. Ko te ao kiko kei te noho ngātahi ki te ao Wairua. hoena ngā mātāpono i tuku iho mai kia hau, e ora tonu mai au, e tū tonu mai au i roto i te ao. E Māori tonu mai ai, e tū tonu mai ai te mana o te wahine. Ana, whātekau tau a tērā tau, engari poni tonu ana. Poni tonu ana ngā whakaro. Engari, i konā, ka hore pea e tika ana kia kite ngā he a te karauna ai, kei reira ngā he. Engari, me mihi tonu ki ngā wahine, nā rātau tonu, tēnei ao i whakaritea mai, wenei kanohi i whakaritea mai. Kia whai wāhi atu ngā tamariki mokopuna, te matapihi ki te ao i te wā o ngā mātua, ka mutu te titiro whakamua ki ngā whakareanga, e hara mai nei. E pēnā nā hau, i runga no i te mōhio, ko ngā tamariki ka akona i te reo, ngā tamariki, ngā wahine tāku e kōrero nei. Ki te whai wāhi atu ki wētahi herenga, whakapapa, mana tonu o te wahine, ko kore pea e hutia te rito ki tēnei harakeke. Ko kore pea te mate o te mate pukupuku, o te mate o te māwiwi rāno a te Pākehā, e tau mai ki roto i a mātau. E whakareanga pea, ki muri nei, ki te wāotaku tupu tuarua, kei reira ngā kōrero mo tēnei mea te matakite, kei reira ngā kōrero mo te āhua o te rongoā, kei reira ngā kōrero mo te māra, kei reira ngā kōrero mo te kāri, kei te kōrero hau mo ngā āhuatanga o hine te iwaiwa tonu, ki ngā rongoā o te wautapu nui a tāne, ki ngā kai i whāngaia i wērā wānei hei rongoā tuku iho, kia mātau. Kei te kōrero tonu mo te ao kiko, kei te kōrero tonu mo te ao wairua, te kauwairunga, te kauwairaro. Tā te mea, ki te pā tētahi taha, ka pā tētahi atua no taha. Ka whai pānga ngā mea katoa kia tātou. Nā reira, ai ki te kōrero mo te mana o te wahine anake. Kei te kōrero hoki mo ngā toronga maha. Kei te kōrero hoki mo te pānga kaua i te ao kiko nai. Engari ki te ao wairu anu hoki. Nā reira, ki te kōrero i roto i ngā āhuatanga o wenei rānei, kia whai wāhi atu ki tētahi tauira no roto tonu mai i te hohi pere. Ka tai mai te wahine ka ki anei ngā pere ki mū, hei pena noa i te tamaiti nei. Ka mea tu hau ki aia. Nohi arawa mai wenei mātauranga. Ka mea mai rātou, he mātauranga ko whakamātauria e wairānei. Engari, rua rautau nui hopea, te pakeke o wena mātauranga. I mua tonu i te tainga mai o te Pākehā, e māramana tātou, he iwi ora, te iwi Māori. He mana nui tō tēnā iwi, he mana tō te tangata ai. Engari, i tino rangatira ai, te tū a te wahine i roto i te whānau, ka mutu i roto i te pāharakeke. Nā reira hau nei, e tū nei hei māma, hei whāia, hei mana wahine tonu ki tēnei whānau. Ka hore au te whakaaro kia hau anō. Me whakaaro tonu ki ngā mea kāore i teke. Me whakaaro tonu ki wētahi tahataha kāhore e whakarite. Engari, me whakaaro tonu ki ngā mea ko pāngia nei i ngā tau ki muri, i ngā whakareanga ki muri. Engari, me whai whakaaro ki te anga whakamua. Kaua kia hau anahe, kaua ki tēnei pāharakeke. Ko te pāharakeke tonu ai, kei roto tonu i tēnei whānau. Engari, ki te kōrero hau mo te pāharakeke o te iwi Māori. He whānui. Ki te kōrero hau ki te pāharakeke o Aotearoa nei, he rereke. He rereke te tupu mai. Hoi anō. Hea te take whai pāngāna tērā kia hau, ai marika, kautu noiho i tētahi taha oku. Engari, kanu nui rau atu ngā mahi. Ki te kōrero hau noiho mo te mātauranga, kautu noiho te taha ki te tohu Pākehā. Kaua ki te mātauranga Māori. Engari, e māramana hau, me pēnei rawa te penapena o te mātauranga Māori, tā te mea. Ki te kore, e whakapono ana hau, ka kore e tū pēnei rawa, te whakahi, te ora, i roto i tēnei ao Pākehā rawātu nei. Engari, ki te mōhio te tamaiti, kei reira ngā rangahau, ki te mōhio te tamaiti, ki tōna no mana, ia hu mai tērā mana ia, ka ora rawātu aia, hakua ngā aupehitanga kei runga i a rātou. Nā reira, ko hau tēnei kōrero ana, ai, mo te mana wahine. Ai, mo te utu a te wahine, Māori, me ngā pānga kei runga i a mātou. Tai hoa ke pēa te kaikiri, kei reira, e hara i te kōrero hau. Ka tāngia te ngoko kau ai, kei reira no hoki tāmitanga. Ka titiro, pēnei rawa, te tangata ki a koe. Engari, tā te mea ko tupu whakarito-rito ki tēnei ao Māori, ma roto tonu mai i te kōhanga reo, te kura kaupapa Māori, te pane kiretanga, awai atu. I ko nā tau ai te Māori, me maia te tangata, me maia te wahine. Kei reiro hoki ngā tauira i roto i te whānau, ngā whakapaparanga. Engari, mārama ke maina e hau. Pēnā i te oro tonu, tēnā tātai whakapaparanga a wahine nei, te taha ki ngā tikanga matakite, te taha ki ngā mātauranga e hāngai pūana, ki te awi noho nei e rātou. Ka māma pēa te napi i ngā tamariki, i ngā whakareanga o nāianei. Nā reira, ko hau tēnei mea ku ka nohi ko tahi ki roto i te ao. Engari, kei reira hoki te nunui o ngā kōrero e tāia, e kore pēa tāia te kapo i tēnei tū wāku. Hoi no, ai, ko te krauna tēnei i aukatia, ma roto mai te hia ture. Ai, he wā tōna i tū ngā wāhine ki runga i ngā runanga. Ko hau tēnā, kei runga i wetahi runanga, kei runga i wetahi kapo reihana, kei runga i a wairane. Ko hau pēa te mana wahine noheo i runga i tērā momo poari. Ana, ki te whakaroa hau, ki te take kahore au haere ki te kura kaupapa, Māori hei mema poari i reira, me atu hau ki a rātou, ko nui rawātu te hunga i roto nā. Nā, ko here hau ki te kura Pākehā, i ko nā hau titiro me te whakarongo, i ko nā hau mōhio ai marika, ka nui te whakatika hanga o we nā whare, e tika tonu mai ai te tū. O te Māori, ka mutu, i ngā tamariki, ka mutu tēnei pāharakeke, te mana o te wahine.
Tēnā koe, Henry. I kōrero koe mō te pāharakeke whānui ne, me ngā āhuatanga o tēnei ao hurihuri. Hea tau, hea te pānga o tō titiro ki tau ake pāharakeke, hea ngā te wāhi ki te wahine Māori i waho i te pāharakeke, ki roto i tēnei pāharakeke whānui e kōrero hea nei e koe. Hea te tā ki te wahine Māori?
Ko kōrero pēa hau ki wetahi whakarārangitanga o te wahine Māori. Pēnā e māna te hanga o te wahine Māori, ka rereke te patunga i aia, ko rongo ke tātou i ngā kōrero mo temata. Kei te pērārawa pēa te ahunga o te wahine Māori mā te kiri. Ki te whai ingoa Māori, ka rereke no atu te patunga o te tamaiti, ka titiro ki ngā rēkoata, ka puta atu ana ki ngā papori hākinakina pēa kōrereke, te titiro a te Māori, o a te tangata, ki tēnā ingoa. Nā, ki te whai reo Māori i roto i te mana o te wahine tonu, ana ki te whai wāhi atu ki tētahi tūranga mahi. Ka tukuna te wahine nei kia karanga noa. Kia whai wāhi atu ki ngā tikanga e pōhehetia ana te rāpea koia te āhua o te wahine. Ko ngā wahine Māori e tino mōhiotia ana, ko te nuinga kei te noho ki runga i ngā marae, kei te noho haumaru i roto i tēnā ao. Ngāri putātu ana i tērā ao, ki te ao e noho nei rā e tātou. Ka rereke. Ka rereke te ahunga, ka reo Pākehā, e māra mai i te katoa, ka rereke te momo reo, ka tukuna kia wairane i roto i tēnei horopaki. Ko rereke noa atu ki te kore e whaipea i te tukanga, i te araraine, kua patua rawatia. Ka hore au te mōhio hea hai pērai, engari e mārama ana nā ngā āhuatanga nā ngā āhuatanga papori, nā ngā aria, ngā whakaaro, e noho nei rā e tātou ka hore e tūwhera ana te ngākau o te tangata.
Tēnā koe, te kaiwhakawā, I think, kua eke ki te wā o te kai. Te haere tonu. Kei te pēhea te wā ki taku te tiro he āhua takaroa nā tātou? Like, delayed? Ka tū ruku wai Alan whai muri i te kai.
So we're not very far. So I think as far as Honourable Kiritapu Allen, the important thing is that she's arrived in the Wellington, has she?
She's about 20 minutes away from landing, ma'am.
Okay, so
Painoa,
plenty time.
mama tawe whakakiki i te wā.
In Wellington, yes, not in the country. Okay.
Ka pai.
So the answer is
Ka
absolutely
pai.
time. We're not wanting to rush you through your kōrero, but I think it's important that we'll be sitting a lot this week that we take our breaks. So we'll be back at 2 p.m.
Ka pai, mihi ana kia koe he ni tēnā koe.
Okay.
Me ana.
Tēnā no koe te kaiwhakawā, ka karangahia I nai nei ruku ai Alan, te kai kōrero whakamutunga. Kei taku tuakana tēnā koe, I mua I tō timatanga, I tukuna e koe taunakitanga kei te C59 me te pūriki I tika ana?
Ai.
Ai whaka ana koe I te tika me te pono o era kōrero katoa?
Ai.
Ka pai, tēnā koe. Tēnā koe.
Hono marika.
Ka pai, ka tukuna tua kia koe.
Tēnā koutou. E mihi ana ki te whenua I noho nei tātou I tēnei wā. Ki ngā iwi kāinga o tēnei rohe, e mihi ana kia rātou me te nui o te kawe o te iwi kāinga I ngā haipapa o te Māori I te whenua I noho nei ko te kāwanatanga pūano. Nā rere, mihi ana ki tērā tū āhua. Mihi ana kia koutou o te tribunara, I te kai whakawā, I te pāpā, I te whaia, I ngā whaia, tēnā koutou. Te krauna, tēnā taua I tēnei noho tahi. Kia are taringa mai ki ngā kōrero e puta nei e nei wahine I te rane. Te manako ia ka mārama keho koutou ki te āhua o te noho o te wahine Māori. I roto I nei whenua. Ka mutu mihi ana kia tātou e huhui mai nei, koutou e mā takitaki mai ana I te ipurangi. Ko ruku wai Alan tōku ingoa. Ko te tamaiti konei I mua rā, ko taku tamaiti, ko tahumata te ngā kautaku, ori tipene wai. Me te hoki ngā mahara ki te wai a taua I tērā kreme oho tata mo te reo. I te pāpai e ruakere I te kōpua I tērā wā, nā, ko tērā te hua. Kāre anō kia rua tau, ko tai mai ki tētahi anō nohoanga. Gee whiz, me mutu e nei mahi, ei! Heoi, ahau nei, he ngāpuhi. He ngāpuhi taku reo, he ngāpuhi taku momo, mārama pū ana te tribunara ki te āhua o tōku iwi, nā reira, ka mārama pū koutou ki te momo I au. Kia matāra kia u. Nā, e whakatoi noi ho nei te kōrero. Heoi ko, hei timata ake, e hehe ana hau te aro ki etahi kōrero I puta I te krauna. E mea ana te krauna ko te hehea o ngā tūpuna I te wā I haina I te tiriti. Ki te whakatau I te mahitahi, I te whanake kamutu ki hai rātau e hehea kia mau tātou ki tērā wā. Māku e mea tu nā koutou kē, te ahunga I wawatatia e rātau I kotiti. Māku e ki atu nā koutou kē te iwi Māori e mau ki rā wā. Nā te āhua o te tiro mai ki te Māori anō nei kaore o mātou mana I ahu mai I te whenua. Anō nei kaore o koutou mahi, te whakamahi I te Māori, hei pononga, hei hanga mai I te Aotearoa e noho nei tātou. Nā koutou ki tērā ahunga, te wawata o te Māori o taua wā, I kotiti, I whakarereke, I pokake, ki tua atu o ngā wawata o ngā tupuna I haina I te tiriti I taua wā. Nā reira ai, e whakapai ana hau e tika ana, e wāhi tika ana e rā kōrero, ki hai o tātou tupuna, I wawata tia kia pēnei te noho, e rangi nā koutou tonu e rā mahi no koutou ki te he. Nā reira, ko tāku kia koutou, kia noho mai ki au mo tētahi wā, kia kōrero tahi ai, tātou mo te ao I wawata tia e rātou I taua wā. Ngāpuhi, tērā whenua taurikura, ngāpuhi te iwi I tai atu ki I he nei whenua I mua rāno I te tainga mai o te tiriti o Waitangi. I tai atu mo te whakawhanaunga te take, mo te hoko ko te take, I wawatatia e ngā mātua tūpuna kia nui no atu. Ngā tainga atu ki whenua ke, e tupu ake te ohanga ki Wānganui a rātou. Ngāpuhi te whenua taurikura o Turi Kātuku. He wahine ārahi I tōna iwi. I wawatatia e rātou ka noho ngā wahine, ngā uri wahine hei kai ārahi I tō rātou iwi pēnei I aia. Ngāpuhi te whenua o hone heke, I whakatūria I tana ake tāke, mo te tainga mai o waiatu raini ki roto I aia, I wawatatia kia whakahaere o nā uri I o nā no whenua. Koia ngā wawata I wawatatia e rātou mā. Ki hai rātou e hiahia
Kia ngaro no atu o rātou whenua. Ki hai rātou e hiahia kia rawa kore o rātou uri. Ki hai rātou e hiahia kia pērā te nui o te mauhere tia o ngā wāhine Māori. Pērā rawa te nui, kaore te tahi i tū atu i te wāhine Māori i roto i ngā whare here. Ki hai rātou e hiahia kia pērā te nui o ngā tamariki e mau nei i roto i ngā ringaringa o te kāwanatanga o oranga tamariki kamutu. Ki hai a ngāpuhi i wawatatia kia nui ko te nui ngā wera tamariki he ngāpuhi tonu, koni atu i te 800. Ki roto i ngā ringaringa o te kāwanatanga. E hara era i ngā wawata i wawatatia e rātou i tērā wā. Nā koutou ke te ahunga i wawatatia e rātou i kotiti. Kamutu i rongo ahau i ngā kōrero, i te mea kua rua wiki enei nohoanga, nā reira he nui ngā kōrero i rangona. Heoi i ngā kōrero e mea na te pātai a te krauna, pena raini e tika ana mā te Māori ke enei tū āhua e whakatika ki roto i aia. Ko te tauira pea, ko te haki. Kia tupu te haki i te kiri, ka kore e aro ki te tai matuku. Ka kore e aro ki te pas. Ki te aro ki te pas, ka hoki anō mai te pas. Ka hoki anō mai ngā symptoms. Ka aro ki te pīrau. Nā koutou te pīrau. Nā reira, ko te aronga ki a koutou, ki te whakatika. Whakamate atu te pīrau, kua whai wāhi atu ki roto i ngā whānau Māori, ki roto i ngā whakahaere Māori. Heoi. Kia hoki anō ahau ki aku taunaki. Te mea ko tērā te pōhehe nui, ne? Me ki te marika, te kupu wahine i roto i te ture, e mārama ai te kite i te pēhi, i te he. E rangi, pena i tika tērā whakatau, ko kore pēr tātou e kite i te wehenga nui ki Wainganui ngā utu o te tāne Pākehā me te wahine Māori. Pena i pai noiho te pūnaha. Kamutu, e hihi ana hau kia kōrero mo aku ake whiako. Ki Wainganui mātou ko oku hoa he kōrero. Te kōrero ka whakamahi ai e mātou e meana me pakari. Ka ki ake me pakari i te mea mōhio ana mātou ki te kuhu atu ki roto i tētahi wāhi. Ko he Māori koe, he wahine koe, he prauri aku kiri, he ingoa Māori oku. Nā reira, ki te hiahia te wahine kia whai reo i roto i ngā tūwāhi. Me pakari, e mōhio ana tātou, aini pēr ka tātangia, aini pēr ka whakanohoa, aini pēr ka tūkinotia, aini pēr ka kōrero hia tērā wahine anō nei he rori nahi nei i te tangatara. Nā reira, i roto i aku whiako e kite ana me whakamōrea te wahine, me compromise, ne? Kia whakaro ake, ai, e kite ana i te āhua i roto i tēnei hui e hanga e whakaiti nei i au, e whakaiti nei i taku tūranga hei wahine Māori, e rangi me whakamōrea hau, whakaro ake. Ai raini me tū ake ahau ki te whakatika i enei hapa, i enei he, i tēnei tūkinotanga, ai raini me karo ake i era whakaro kia u ki te kaupapa i te mea pena ka u te rāpea ka whai hua taku hapu i roto i ngā whakawhitinga kōrero. Ne kei reira tātou e hanga tau patu ana roto ki te tūake a ruku ai me te ki atu, hei, kau koe takahi mai au. E rangi ka ahu pēhia te hui. Ne, kua koke ke. Nā reira te nuinga o te wā, etahi wā, ka aro ke ki ngā hua mo te hapu, mo te iwi. Ka whakataha ake i aku whiako, ka whakataha ake i ngā mea karongo nei ahau, e kite atu, okay, e hara tērā i te pakanga mo te rānei, whakataha atu i era rongo, kia ua hau ki enei kaupapa, kia uau ki enei take, e whai reo ai te hapu, e whai hua ai te hapu. Nā tatania ia te hui ka pērā. Tatania ia te hui ka pērā. Hei tauira pia, mo tērā tū āhua, tai mai te minita take treaty ki roto i a mātou o ngā puhi. Hui mai ke mātou o ngā hapu. Nā, me te mea nei, he ngā pui ahau, nā reira nō kuera whenua, mōhio ana hau ki ngā tūtohu whenua o tērā wāhi. E rangi tū atu te krauna, te whakatau i a mātou. Whakatau i a mātou, ki roto i a mātou ake kāinga ki. Heoi, i tērā wā tonu i te whakaro ake a hau wahine Māori, reo Māori nei, ko hau pia te mea matatau i roto i te rūma. Ki te reo me tērā taha o te whakatau. Me whakatika raini a hau i tēnei āpiha o te kāwanatanga. Me aro raini a hau ki ngā mahi ki mui a tātou i te mea he poto te wā ki tēnei nohoanga. Nā reira e kite ana, e ratau patipatu e mahingi a tonutia ana, i te mea ko te pōhehe nui ana tāne reo Māori, kei tōna taha ko te minita mana kē tērā, kei aia kē tērā mana, e rangi nōku kē te whenua. Nōku kē te whenua. Nā reira, i tērā huira, i whakataha ake a hau i aku hia ki te haukoti i te tangatara, kia ua hau ki te hui, me ngā whakahaere o te hui, te mea koia pū te take i tono e te hapu i mata kia haere. Hei tauira. E rangi ko pērā ngā āhua ki wainga nui i ngā wahine Māori, especially ki roto i ngā whakahaere a te krauna. Kia whakaro ake tātou ki ngā, ki roto i nei tari, ne? Te nuingo te wā ka whakatau. Ka whakatau te iwi, nā reira, ko ngā tikanga Māori, ka whakahaere hea ki roto i ngā tari, he whakatau. Ka pai ngā Māori e kaui ana i ngā tikanga ki roto i ngā tari. E rangi tahi nahe te reo ka whakakahorea, ko te reo kranga. Kaimutu ki te aro tātou ki ngā hiahia i roto i era tūranga mahi, tikanga advisor, reo Māori a hātu nei. Ko te hiahia, kia whai i tētahi tangata e mātou ana ki te whakahaere i era tikanga. Nā reira, ko te taimahatanga me te wāriu nui, ka tau ki runga i te tāne Māori, kaua i te wahine Māori, i te mea kua kore kētana reo. Nā reira, tāne kōrero Māori, whai kōrero Māori, ana, kua nui ake pia te mana i te wahine, kua mōhio kē me pēhea te tuku i te reo kranga, ka me te kua mōhio ki te kōrero. I roto i tērā āhua. Kei reira e tahi tauira mo te āhua o tērā noho. E kite nei ahau i te mea kua kite atu hau, e tahi o era tūranga mahi me taku whakaro ake, ai pia, kei au era pukenga mo te āwhina, te hāpai i ngā tikanga. E rangi e maramana i te pānui atu, actually e aro ke ana tēnei tūranga mahi ki te tāne kaua ki au. Wahine Māori nei. Kamutu e kite ana i te nui o ngā tauira ki Wanganui a tātou. Mo tērā āhua o te noho taurite, kore taurite raini, o te wahine me te tāne. Kamutu te pātai i roto i au, pēnā ka maia tātou ki te kiake, actually he ana tēnā. Actually he ana tēnā, kamutu āhea tātou e whakarangatira motuhake nei i te wāhi ki te wahine. Nā, e hara tēnei i te takahia koutou e te tribunal. E rangi he tauira pea. E rangi he tauira pea. I tērā wiki i ngana taki whanaunga a huhana ki te tū atu. I roto i tōna anō whare. Me taku marama ki ngā whakahaere. Me u ki era mahi ki mui a koutou. E rangi kei reira pea. Tērā tohu o te tuki ne. I te mea koaia e tū rangatira ana i tōna anō whare. I tō tāua iwi o Ngāti Hine. E rangi e ai ki te tikanga, pēnā kua mautonu tērā mana o te whakahaere ki roto i te iwi kāinga ko tūke ia. Nā reira, kai reira he kamutu i tēnei wiki ki te heanga rere kēpea e rā whakataunga. E hare te mea he tātai e rangi ko tāku me whakaro ake pea. Pēnā he ara i tua atu, hei whakamāma atu, i era whakataunga ki Wanganui a tātou, kia waia tātou. Ki ngā whakahaere, kamutu kia waia tātou ki era noho tahitanga o te kāwanatanga me te rangatiratanga i te wā kotahi. Nei, hari te mea e kōrero ana hau i tērā tauira hei whakawaha noa, e rangi e kite ana tērā tukituki. Ki Wainganui i era ao erua, ko te wāhi kia tātou i aia nei ki au, ko te whakaro ake, he aha ke te wahanga e mahitahi ai, te rangatiratanga me te kāwanatanga i te wā kotahi. He oi, tērā. He nui noa atu ngā tauira i rangi, he hea nā hau te kōrero hoki mō etahi rongoā, hei āwhina i a tātou. Tētahi o wera me motuhake te noho o te wahine i roto i etahi wāhi, he mana nui tō te ture i roto i Aotearoa. Nā reira e taia ana e te ture e whakatika. Me whakaro ake, me whai whakaro ake te krauna, ki te whakarite mai i ngā ture e hāpai nei i te wahine kia whai tūranga ia ki roto i aia no. Me whai whakaro ake te krauna, kia huri koaro ana whakaro, kia mutu atu te aro noa atu ki te tāne i roto i ngā whakahaere. Mārama ana te kite, kia taumai ana te krauna ki roto i a mātou o Ngāpuhi, ka nui tō rātou whirinaki ake ki ngā tāne e whakahaere ana i ngā iwi. E rangi kua waiho atu ngā wāhine te nuinga o te wā. Nā, me whakarere ki i tērā, he bias kei roto i tērā. Te aro noa atu ki ngā tāne, e rangi ki te atu ana tātou i roto i ngā huihuinga. Ko reira, ko te nuinga o te hui, he wahine. E rangi ko te tōtika o te kōrero ka aro ki te tāne. E hari te mea he nui noa atu ngā mahi a te tāne, e rangi ko tāku, he mana anō tō tērā wahine, e rangi hore kaupea te krauna e kite ana i tērā wāriu. He cultural competency e hehia tia ana te kite i roto i te krauna, mō era tū āhuaranga. Anō ki ai me whanake rātou i warātou mōhio ki ngā whakahaere pono nei o tō tāua ao Māori, e mōhio ana tātou i roto i te ao Māori. Hari te mea ka whirinaki nahe nei ki te tāne, ma te tāne ngā whakatau katoa, te nuinga o te wā ko ngā wāhine whakahaere ana i ngā marae. Nā reira, he wāhanga nui ki au me ako rātou. Me ako rātou i te wahanga kia rātou, me ako rātou i te tirohanga o te Māori. Maimahara hau i tētahi hui, tū atu tētahi kuia, te mea atu, ko tai mai koutou te krauna ki roto i a mātou, me ana me ako mātou i tēnei anō ture, me ako i tēnei anō tari, tēnei anō aha turaini, e rangi āhia te wā ka eke ki te wā ka ako koutou i wā mātou whakahaere. Whakapai ana hau kua eke tātou ki te rā wā, me ako rātou. Kia mutu rāno te pō raruraru. He pō raruraru nui ki Wainganui a tātou. He rangi rua. Nā ko e eke ki tua o tā wauau. E ona wā he rangi rua, he wairangi he aha turaini. E rangi ki te hiahia te krauna kia whakahoki atu ki tērā ki ngā wawata i wawatatia i te wā o te tiriti o Waitangi. Kia mahitahi ai tātou, kua tai ki te wā kia ako koutou mo te Māori e noho nei. Mā roto i era akoranga ka kite koutou, he mana nui tō te wahine, ka mutu, ka kore pea e ea ngā āhuaranga katoa e rangi he timatanga tērā. I te mea ki te tuhi mai i ngā kaupapa here i ainei, i mui te ako, ka kore pea e tika. Nā reira, ko tāku, huge cultural capability investment i roto i te krauna me ana tari ki te ako i te wahanga kia rātou me te wāhi ki te Māori.
Tēnā koe i era kōrero kei taku tuakana. E whaiwhai noa nei o kōrero mo te huge cultural capability. Hea ki tau te ara he pēhea tā te karauna ako mo te Māori me te wāhanga ki a rātou. He ara āture nei, me whakature i tētahi mea, me nui ake te pūtea, hea e tahi āwhinatanga au ki te karauna.
Ai, me whakature hia. Me whakature i tērā hei kawenga mā rātou. pai ana hau e mātou ana tātou ki ngā basic competencies me mātou te tangata, i ai e mahi ana i ana mahi. He basic competency take tēnei kia mohio koutou ki te tangata whenua. Nā reira e whakapai ana hau, ai, me ture i te mea kite ana tātou, ētahi wā ka eke ki te kaupapa here, ka kore e whakau ki roto i te katoa, e rangi me whakature i tērā. Ka mutu, ko tētahi anō mea i roto i tērā, ka kore rātou e ako pena e aro tonu ana rātou ki wā rātou ake ko he ngā kōrero mō te Māori. Nā reira, he wahanga anō i reira mō tērā mea, ngā mea e tāi ana e te kāwanatanga te whakamahia hei kai kirimana i roto i a rātou. Arohia kētia ngā Māori e whakahaere ana i ngā cultural competency programs. He nui, he toko maha tonu ngā Māori e mahi ana i e rā mahi, e tāi ana i te kāwanatanga e rangi i ona wā ka hanga pakeke tā rātou kuhu atu ki roto i tērā pūnaha, whakamāmātu i te huarahi kia rātou, kia whai wāhi ai rātou ki roto i e rā mahi, e āwhina ai te krauna ki te ako.
Ka pai, ko te āhua nei kua eke te wā ki a koe. Waino i mua i te tuku i te rākau ki ngā pātai he kōrero whakakōpane, whakakapia.
E mihi ana ki ngā wāhine i timata i tēnei kaupapa. Kaumutu pena ka ki ake ko mātou te reanga Waimari e ki te tonu ana i ngā haipapa ki muia tātou kia kawe ake i tēnei kaupapa ki tua. E rangi, ko taku mihi nui ai ki te tribunal kamutu ki ngā wāhine roia i konei. Ngā wāhine Māori roia, te nui ngon koutou he ngāpuhi. E mihi ana kia koutou i te mea e he taimaha i nei mahi. Especially i roto i ngā āhuaranga o tēnei kāwanatanga i tēnei wā, me te āhua o rātou kōrero, mō te wahine, ki te wahine, me poko hiwi kaha te tangata. E eke ai tēnei kaupapa, nā rere mihi ana kia koutou, kia tātou katoa.
Tēnā rā koutou tokotoru nei ngā wahine tō i roto i te ruma reo Māori katoa te tohu o te kōrero, tēnā koutou. Tēnā koutou whakaari mai nei te taumata e whakaarohi ana i a tātou e kōrero mō mana wahine. Tēnā tātou e huitahi ana i runga i tēnei kaupapa. E nui anō ngā pātai ki roto i au, engari he momo wānanga ke, e hara i te mea he pātai noi honei iti, engari ko te pātai whakautu e te pātai anō te whakahokinga, he pērā anō te putanga atu, te whānuitanga o tēnei kaupapa i roto o te taitokerau, i ngā puhi, puta noi te motu pēr. Engari, ko te ia o taku pātai tuatahi, ko te ia o te nuinga o a koutou kōrero, he tuki no te ao Māori me tēnei te ao o te krauna. Kei ia kokonga he tuki ngā ne, me te ia o tō kōrero aroha nui pēr, ko koe pēr e kōrero atu ana i te mea, ko tō ao, e hari te mea, ko te waiho mā te roia no te ture e aki, engari ko tāu ko te tikanga. I roto o Ngāti Hine i rongo mātou i a teina e kōrero ko te tikanga i timata i a hine tītama. Ko ia ko te mana wahine te timatanga pūnei o tēnei mea o tikanga. Hea te wāhanga o tētahi rōpū wahine nei e whakau i te tikanga i ngā hononga te haerenga mai o te krauna penei i roto i te taitokerau, ko tā rukuwai kōrero, ko ngā tāne tērā e tohu atu ana me penei, engari ko te nuinga o ngā mahi me ngā whakarite ko tama wahine tērā e mahi ana i ana mahine. Nō reira, hea tētahi rōpū, tētahi tikanga, hei whainga mā ngā wahine, hei arataki e nei āhuatanga. Kua whakamoia tērā, kua whakatahangia rānei, hea te huarahi.
Ko huna ke.
Kua huna.
Ko huna. Kia oro haina te whanga o te reo inaine. Kaore te wahine e tino kōrero tia wenei tikanga. Nā runga no i te mōhio ka tātangia. Nā reira, ko huna, he wānanga e huna ana. Wenei kōrero ko tākina e mātou, kaore i te ruku, i te hohonutanga o te hunga ka wānanga. Nā reira, ko etahi kei te puriti tonu i ngā tikanga o tua whakarere, engari kei te huna tonu i roto i ngā kāinga, kei te huna tonu i roto i ngā kura kaupapa, ka hore e huraina ana. E whanga mai ana te nuingo te wā, kia whai wāhi atu ki ngā pai pēni, te kōrero. I runga no i te mōhio, eri te mai ana koutou ki te kai māro, eri te mai ana ki te reka o te kai, hei painga kia tātou, katoa o Aotearoa nei. Ngari te nuinga o te wā, ko penu no te kai, ko tukuna kia koutou. I runga no i te mōhio, te aro, te marama, ki te hohonutanga, ka hore te hihia ki wetahi tahataha o te mātauranga. Ka hore hihia ana ki tēnā momo tikanga, tā te mea ka hore e whai wāhi atu ana ki tēnei ao o te ture e noho neira e tātou. He maha tonu ngā wahine, koera te take e mārama ana mātou pea tēnei wānanga wahine ki te napinapi te tikanga. Ko tuhi puka mā te tamaiti Māori, engari he momo kōrero huna tonu kia rātou. Ka pakia pea tētahi āhuatanga Māori kia rātou, kia rite mai koutou. Kaua e mea atu ki mea wāhi ki te tākuta ki te kia atu kia rātou, he mate Māori pia tāku. Kei te kite hau i ngā wairua. Kei te aha, he momo mātauranga ka hunaia, i runga no i te mōhio, ki te whai wāhi atu tērā kōrero bipolar, wena momo kōrero ki runga i te wahine rā. Ka tāmi, ka kore tāia te whai insurance, ka kore tāia te hoko i wetahi āhuatanga. Nā reira, ko wetahi wahanga o te mana o te wahine, ka tau huna tonu. Ana i runga no i tērā mōhioranga anō wāku, ka mutu tātou i konei. Kei te pērā tonu, ka pērā tonu. Hoi anō mo te taha ki te napinapi, he kōrero mo te taha ki te tikanga, te napinapi te tikanga. He wahanga o te tikanga e whai wahi atu ki te ture. Mengia atu tērā ki tēnei tā. Kei te rite rātou ki tēnei. Kau e mengia tēnei tā. Tā te mea kahore, te aro. Ana, ko mātou wene kōrero ane i te reo Māori, tā te mea ko ngā whakapākeatanga i wetahiwa. Ka kore pea e te arero, e te taringa Pākehā. Te whai tonu mai i te wairua o te kōrero. Kei kia maira, ana, e hia ki neira wā kua me atu, he rorirori, he pōrangi, he wairangi. Wenei kupu katoa ka whakamahia ki te wā ka kōrero, ka napinapi ana te tikanga. E hia ki nei ngā pautikanga o roto i ngā taunei, kua puta ki te whaio o tēnei au e noho nei tātou ko kia, rorirori, pōrangi. Nā reira, tēnei āhua ka hunaia i te wānei kia rite tonu mai. Nā reira, ki te kōrero mo te tikanga, te tauritenga o te tikanga, ki te taha ture, nā kupea tonu te kōrero, he mātauranga tēnei e hia taunei, e whakaherehi ana, engari tēnei taha, mano rāno tau, e pēnei tonu ana. Engari, ko whai wāhi atu tātou ki tēnei taha o te kai, tā te mea, ko te āhuatanga o tā te karauna haumai i wana tikanga, i wana tukanga, ka mutu i te ture. He whakataia parāno i te whakaaro, i te hinengaro Māori, kia taia parawatia, kia pēnei rawa tōna momo. Ina oke i roto i ngā tau, i roto i ngā kōrero, o Wairane, i roto i wana pukapuka, i roto i ngā tukuhanga kōrero, o tēnā, i mōhe o tātou, i raka te maui, i raka te katau, i mōhe o tātou, he tata arunga, he tata tonu a raro, ko ngā whetū ka tāia te kapo, ko te whenua ka tāia te kapo, te ao wairua, te ao keko, roa tēnei momo kōrero, e hake wenei kōrero i te kōrero hau ki te tribunara, ki te rōpu whakamana, tā te mea ko ngā taunakitanga o ngā tau waru te kau, kei te kōrero pēnei tonu. Engari, ko te reo e whakamahi anei nāne, te tāia tonu te whakapākea, te tāia te whakātu atu āture, he pai tēnei ao ki roto o New Tireni, kei te ki mai te karauna kāo, kei te ki rawa atu aia i roto i wana ture o muri, o naenei, kāo, ka hore e whai pāngāna. Ka hore au te moe o pēnā rānei, ko whakautu te pātaira, engari, anei te tikanga. Anei te tikanga i konei. Anei te tikanga. E whanake an, ko te pātai kei te whanake te tikanga. Kei te noho kaiponu tonu te tikanga e roto i a mātou anō.
Kei te pai. Ko te mea nei, he poto te wā kia āta ruku ki era puna o kōrero. Kei te tika tāu he āhua pēnei, kei te kai ngaku tonu tātou, kei te kai penu tātou, kare no kia eke ki tērā mea a kai māro, i runga i te mano tau e hia nei, i runga no i te whenua ana ko anoho, i runga no i te whenua tauri kura nei. Nō reira, he ua atu anō tērā te hono o tētahi mea hou o nā ene kua hou mai ki te whenua me tēnei mea. Engari e pēnei tonu, ka kite atu i a pēpē, tahumata nei i roto i te ruma, me te whakaaro e ahua pērā te pakeke o tēnei hononga, o tēnei mahitahi, o te karauna me te Māori. Nō reira, ka tatari kia pakeke, tērā pēr ka kitea e rā ahuatanga i kōrero mai koutou mo tēnei mea te wai o hokianga, te puhi o te aiwa, pirangi au te kōrero mo tērā kōrero a tāhua, me te mōhio he hitori nui i tērā e tiaki nei te wai o hokianga. I kōrero rā mo te ikura me ōna āhuatanga katoa, i kōrero rā no mo te tikanga o uki, me tērā mea te hoki anō ki te whāngai, te pēpē ki te ū. I kōrero anō te āhuatanga o te tiaki, te tikanga i te haerenga mai o te karauna ki runga i o tātou marahek. Nui katoa e nei take. Ko te mea nui nei pia hei whainga mā tātou i tēnei wā kei hea i roto i ngā puhi he rōpū wahine, hei arataki e nei āhuatanga. Mā te pūrongo e ki ko tai te wā kia tautoko atu te karauna i tētahi rōpū whai mana wahine nei. E harei te mea mā te pūrongo e ki kia whai mana, engari he mana kia kitea, kia tautokona, kia rewa atu ki runga ki te tauma te tika ana mōna. Koera te i o te pātai.
I te nuinga o te wā ka whakaro te karauna kia whai pūtea, e utu ai i ngā hea te karauna, kia whai wāhi mai pēr he whenua, he wāhi, he wānanga, he kura, he aha. Ko te mea e mana motu hake tonu mai ai, te iwi Māori ka mutu a ngā puhi nui tonu, me mau tonu tātou ki te whakaputanga, ki te peri tonu ki tā te karauna, a homai kia mātou, kei te kite i ngā taunakitanga o roto i ngā tau mo te taha ki te karauna, ki te whai tonu tātou te karauna, ka pēnā no tonu te whiu. Engari, nau mai, ngā nau mai te pūrongo, nau mai ngā whakahau. I runga no i te mōhio, te rapea ka kore ea i wenei rāne, engari, ka tai mai te te reanga hau, ki te tute, ki te napi, ki te whai wāhi atu, ki tēnei piringa.
kamutu, ko tāku, ai, ko rite, a ngā puhi. Ko rite a ngā puhi. Yo e hea tau nei mātou e rite ana.
Ko koro e tatari ana.
Yeah, ko kore mātou e tatari, kamutu e whanake tonu ana e mahi, tonu ana i ngā mahi. Ki roto i a mātou. He tauira o tērā ko ngā kaikaranga o ngā puhi. He rōpu nui e mahi tahi ana, ngā kaikaranga o te taitokerau, he rōpu nui wahine mai e kōrero ana, ka whakahaere i ngā tikanga i roto i ko tētahi o ngā kai kōkiri tērā kaupapa i konei te rānei, ko muri tere. Nā reira, kei reira mātou, e tatari ana kia huri mai te krauna, kia kite i te reka, kia umai.
Kōrero mutunga nei, ki aku pātai.
No, he tautoko noa i ngā kōrero taku teina nei, e rite ana, me te tauira pai o te kāhui karanga. Horekau ego, horekau era momo, he mahi tahi mo te kaupapa, mo ngā mokopuna te take i te mea, ko te wahine tērā e tupu ana te pēpi. Mōhio mārika, mōhio kauana ki te ao, kei te haere mai. Ko tōna aro, ki tērā ao, ka whiwhi, ka noho, ka ora ai o rātou tamariki. Nā reira, nau mai. Nau mai, aro mai ki ngā uara o te wahine Māori.
Ka pai. Me he mea he mahi ngātahi, haere ngātahi, he kotahi anō, ko tērā te kaupapa koera, te tauira e tika ana kia whakaatuhia ki te karauna i te haere. Oeno, ko te wāhanga ki au, he mihi tonu ki te reo Māori i uru mai rā ki roto i te whare, purutia ki au, engari anō, e tāria te wā ana ka tai anō, te whakatinana i ngā kōrero i puta i au koutou. Tēnā koutou.
Tēnā koutou. Nei rā taku mihi kia koutou katoa. Me pātai au tēnei pātai kia aroha nui pai. So, in your brief, you talked about some examples of early legislation that you think suppressed wahine rangatiratanga. And one of the things I wanted to get your thoughts on is, so during the course of this week, we've heard some suggestions that actions that occurred, way back then, should be judged and measured against the societal norms of back then, so that the actions were measured against the norms of the time. And so I want to ask your view on that, and particularly your view on actions in the late 1800s, maybe early 1900s, measuring how you would measure them as treaty consistent if they were undertaken according to the social norms of the time.
Yeah, ka whaka utu au tēnei te reo Pākehā, kia kaua e whakararu i te kai whakamaori. The societal norms of the time, and correct me if I'm going a little bit tipi-haere on how I'm understanding the pātai, but that is really the gist of my take, is that the societal norms that were carried here clashed with the culture that already existed here. Am I on the right track? Ka pai. I just want to make sure I'm answering the question. And those societal norms that were carried here from lands away from us were inconsistent with how we viewed ourselves. But through the violent undertaking of establishing that culture here, we lost, it was stolen from us who we were, our value, our rangatiratanga. So what I don't, and I get that in the comment section quite often, with the it happened years ago, and what's it got to do with you?
But what I want to make clear is that the dualism and the hierarchying of things, of knowledge systems, of epistemology, has damaged wahine Māori standing within their own whenua. And so those societal norms clashed, and here we are today, a product of that.
So setting social norms of the time aside, do you think some of those actions that we've been talking about during the course of the week, like the taking of land from wahine Māori in favour of kaupapa for her husband, like the suppression of culture and identity, do you think those kinds of actions could ever have been considered consistent with the treaty?
Oh, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Our whenua, our pepe, our reo, they're all taonga that we should have had unimpeded access to at all times. We see it in Ngāpuhi's continued expression of taking our children back out of oranga tamariki, as was spoken about by Rukuwai. That access to our mokopuna is a treaty right. And so absolutely not that wahine, I mean the tupuna that I named in my intro, they are the names of our hapu, of our iwi. That was their standing at the time. And to relinquish that to the chattel of a man, a woman requiring protection, a woman requiring a mouthpiece, was never, ever what they were, and never, ever what they imagined for us to become.
So just to kind of finish this whole bit off, so we've talked about measuring actions against social norms and measuring actions against the treaty. So I take it from what you're saying that it is the treaty that takes precedence for how actions post-treaty are measured.
Yeah, well, he whakaputanga as part of that measuring, and it was always... Our tupuna understood very clearly, because of their expeditions overseas, the mana of the kingitanga, and the mana of the governor, kawanatanga. And so it is explicitly clear in that kingitanga would remain with us, and kawanatanga will remain with you, your people, and your whenua, which we allot to you. So that is the tuapapa of Te Treaty, which enacts that part of the treaty that no one will set up government here in Aotearoa without our permission. And so Te Treaty is that agreement, but the tuapapa is that Māori will always hold kingitanga in their own lands.
Tēnā koutou, I'm Robin Anderson. I'd just like to make an observation that when I look at the gains that have been made in the environmental arena in Hokianga, and also the recent return of Kororipa Pā, that wahine have been very much in the forefront of that battle, including Whaia Ramaka. So you see that leadership being demonstrated very clearly in the contemporary arena. Yeah, so I just wanted to say that. Araha Nui, you talked about these the matrix of skills that the Crown emphasises. And so there's sort of three parts to my question. What are those skills? Do you think that they are different skills from those that are displayed by wahine? Or is it that they don't perceive those skills but they are demonstrated? I'm not sure whether those questions were clear, but... let's see
I'll
how
try my
we go.
best.
Yeah.
I haven't delved into the matrix itself because I see the product of the matrix, and that is an advisory group for our Northland Waters that comprises of 5 men. Yet when I'm in council chambers, the people who come to do deputations to stop effluent going into our wai, the people who come with deputations to fix pathways so that their kaumātua kuia can get to the clinic safely, all women. All women. And I sit there and I ponder, these ladies are experts in their fields, not all of them because they went to uni and got a degree in it, or they've got history of running some sort of, Auckland, that massive council mea, which is, some of the expertise that our 5 men come with. They come with great expertise in the corporate world. And so I sit there pondering my fire who knows her water, who can listen to it and know by its very sound whether it is healthy or not, that knows the stories of tūpuna and can translate that story into a whole plan, strategy on how we're going to fix what was not broken by us. Are those skills in the matrix? Because what I see here, a corporate male. And so I don't look into the details of the matrix, but I see the fruits that it bears. And it's not a strong showing of wahine Māori.
One of the things that I was thinking about last week was manaaki and manaakitanga, and I was wondering when visitors, Pākehā visitors and Crown officials come, they see nice food and maybe generosity, but they don't see rangatiratanga. Do you have a comment on that?
Where they're visiting. I think I ona wā ka tēnā te tērā mea I kōrero hea I muara. Kaore rātou I te aro ki te rangatiratanga o te Māori, ki te rangatiratanga o te wahine. Kaore rātou I te mōhio me pēhea te kite I tērā rangatiratanga. That's that cultural capability gap. They're not competent. So if they can't identify it, I ona wā, ko ia tērā. Ko kamutu, ko te mea hoki, ko roa nei te krau nei tāmi ana I a tātou te iwi Māori. Ko roa nei rātou e noho mai ana ki tēnei whenua, whanako ana I te whenua, whakararu ana I te wai. Nā reira, ko tā te Māori he whakatika I ngā hapa kua oti ke I a rātou. E rangi mo te rangatiratanga, kei tēnā tana ake whakapai, e rangi kia tau mai ki roto I a hau, kei pō hehe kei tētahi atu te rangatiratanga o tōku anō whare. Nā reira, ko ia pēr tāku ki tērā. Yeah.
I te whakaaro tonu ki te kōrero mo te pāhara keke. Ka hore pēr te karauna e tino rata mai ana, ka tāia e te whaia o tētahi pāhara keke kia tū hei rangatira I roto I tōna ao. Ka mutu, kei aia hoki ngā mātauranga o runga, ka mutu o raro anō hoki. Kei te whai whakaaro tonu te karauna, ko te mahi a te wahine, ko te mahi a te māmā tonu, he te aki noiho I ngā tamariki. He napi noa I te tamaiti I te kāinga. Ka hore I te kite, ka tāia ia ngā mahi a te tāne. Ka tāia ia ngā mahi a ngā kaporeihana. Ka tāia we nā mea kei te titiro noiho, he uwana, he whare tangata, he wahine. I ko nā pēr te whakatauritenga te whakautu pēr ki tō pātai, he aha pēr I pēnāi te titiro a te karauna, a ngā mahi a te karauna I te wahine. Ana, ko kōrero hau mo te wahine, engari, ka tukuna te mauri o te Māori, ki runga i tēnā wahine tonu, ko heke whakararoro wātu, te whakaaro o te hunga. E hake tēnā wahine i te rangatira. Koe nā pēa i whakautu pēa i tō pātai.
Me ko te mea nei, ko te manaaki he tohu o te rangatira. Ko tērā e kia nei, ka kite au i te manaaki, engari keihea te rangatira. Nā, e kōrero ana ruku ai mō tēnā, mō te cultural competency. Rawa rātou mōhio, ko tā mātou taia ai te manaaki i a koe, he tohu o tō mātou rangatiratanga.
Kia aro haina ke te hihia kia tō mai o etahi kōrero. He tangata hao i ka Kaupapa. Engari ka kite mai ana te hunga i ahau ka kore pēa whakaaro ka tae te hiika. Pēnā no i tēnei he tangata kaipāmu. Koia tērā e titi ana i te kau. I ata. Nā reira, ai kei konei te mata. He ata mai pēa te ahu o te wahine. Engari kei reira, ngā mana tonu o te tāne kei roto i aia.
All right, well, those are all my questions. Thank you for your very fulsome answers. Thank you.
Well, tēnā koutou. I'm not sure whether I wanted to raise this issue, but Rukawai did raise events from last week that occurred at Motatau, and I was happy to leave them last week. But I think it's important, to reflect on what appeared at one level to be a clash of culture. But it's important to say, I think from our perspective, that Ms. Linden was in our program. We wanted to hear her evidence. She had some really important things to tell us in terms of the range of the experience that she had. But she exercised her rangatiratanga and decided not to give evidence awaha. And importantly, her evidence is still before us. We have that written evidence. So that's our perception of that chain of events, which sort of unfolded sort of quickly. So yeah, I just wanted to put that on the record.
Tēnā koe, tērā kōrero whakahoki.
Yeah, so, and the other thing just to say is, I've really enjoyed, the hohunitanga of your kōrero today, the three of you. But reflecting on the task that this tribunal has, in this inquiry, and also reflecting on the submission we received from Ms. Coates earlier today in terms of the approach that they will be advocating that we will take to our determinations, I guess, at the end of the day. But as a tribunal, we have approximately 200 claims in front of us in this inquiry. It's one of the largest kaupapa inquiries. And we see our task as needing to be in a position to make findings of well-founded claims in respect of those claims. So in order to do that, we, from a legal perspective, need to work through the issues as they are set out in our statement of issues.
So, for instance, you know, so what do you say are the Crown's duties and obligations under he whakaputanga, te tiriti, in relation to exercise of rangatiratanga through tikanga by wahine Māori? How has the Crown breached those duties and obligations? And you gave us, Robin had that kōrero with you, or Kim, sorry. There was some list of legislative provisions in your brief. You know, it'd be really good for us to understand specifically how you say those measures have affected wahine in the north, you know, specifically. You've talked in your briefs about some of the prejudice for the women of the north. But what we're also asking claimants and witnesses to tell us about, and I think you have touched on this in your evidence, is what are the remedies we should be looking at? What types of solutions? Not merely for the Crown to provide, but just what are the solutions to some of these really difficult and long-standing issues for wahine Māori? So, see your lawyer typing away rapidly there. So I'm sure we'll get submissions in the fullness of time for her about those sorts of things. But yeah, we need the assistance of the people who come before us to help us join the dots a little bit. And these are some of the ways in which that can be done. So, yeah, there wasn't really a partai in there, but I'm going to invite a response if you want to give me one.
Tōtahi ake tēnā koe. Tēnā koe I o kōrero. Kamutu, hari te mea I te hihia te hauhake I nanahi, rangi ko te mea ke he pai te kōrero. He pai te kōrero. E tika ana kia kōrero hia. E ai ki wā mātou kōrero. He rongoa kai roto I ētahi o ēnā mea. Tērā tētahi kōrero hia I te rānei kāmutu. I roto I aku taunaki I wāhi kōrero mō ngā tukinga e pēhina I te wahine Māori roto tonu I te ao Māori. Mōku ake, te rongo aki tērā ki roto tonu I a mātou. E hari te mea I roto I tō mātou reanga tonu. Te kōrero tahi, te noho tahi, te pātai, te whakaaroaro. E rangi waiho e rā mea kia mātou. Tērā taha. Mo te roanga atu o etahi kupu hei tautoko I a koutou, ka tuku nātu kia koutou a pepa I mera. E āwhinai I tērā taha, e māramai te kite. E rangi hei whakaau tonu ko etahi o wera ki au, there's some basic principle work that is required of the Crown to kind of to understand, you know, the basic things. So I think ka whakahoki atu mātou etahi kōrero kia koutou a pepa. E rangi ka whakau tonu a hau ki te wāhi, ki te krauna mō tērā ako.
Yeah, we will come back in writing. But we also request that there's political will for this. You know, we have 23 legislations currently being reviewed, their treaty clauses. That again is a breach on wana wahine and our rangatiratanga. The fact that there's political will to review 23 legislations and their treaty clauses, I would hope that that same political will is to review their legislation for clauses that either marginalise wahine Māori or do not put a place in them for them. Because, you know, and I heard last week, so do you expect special treatment for wahine Māori? No, we just expect equity because it was taken from us and now it must be returned. And if that looks like special treatment, then that's up to you to comms that out appropriately. But for us, we call it equity.
O kia ora me ngā whakautu. It's time for the Crown to ask any questions of you that they may have.
Thank you, Your Honour. Tēnā koutou. Thank you very much for your evidence. I did have a couple of questions, but I think they've been answered in your oral evidence and questions asked by the tribunal. So I don't have any further questions for you, but I really enjoyed listening to your kōrero, so thank you very much.
Ho e ngā wahine tō o te taitokirau, tēnā koutou. Kua tuku koutou ngā kōrero matatau, ngā kōrero hohonu i ngā kaupapa I ki mua I te tribunal nei. Ka nui te mihi, tēnā koutou katoa.
Tēnā.
Ki a rātou mā, aue te aroha ngā whakaroto nei. Hiki tia e ngā iwi ki a rewa ki runga ngā taonga ngā matua kua ngaro I te pō. Aue te aroha ki a rātou mā. Aue te aroha ngā whakaroto nei.
I just want to check to see whether we have any media in the room. Any representatives of the media? Kyle? Right, I'll just double check. Can I just also have confirmation that the live stream, okay, is paused? Thank you. Who wishes to raise this point?
Ma'am, just sorry, as other people have indicated when they're leaving, I'll be departing this evening and joining online Apopo.
Thank you, Ms Coates. I'll just check whether I have any pānui I'm supposed to be giving. I'm just asked to remind that we have another expert report and the witnesses will be online tomorrow. I think they're beaming in from Tamaki Makaurau. So that will be the nature of the hearing tomorrow. Well, if there's nothing further, kapi.
Mua atu I te tuku I te i o te karakia ki a koe Abby. pirangi ana kia mihi ki te whare, mihi ki te kaupapa, ngā take i whakaarangia i te roanga o tēnei rangi. Mai te tū a tahu e kōrero ana mō ngā raraunga, ngā koinga kōrero, mai roto anō i ngā kōrero mō te reo Māori, te taitoke rau, mai roto anō i te kōrero rā, tainono ki ngā kōrero taimaha i puta i te menta nei. Nō reira ka noho i runga anō i tērā kōrero, waiho te kōrero ki airi ki te whare, engari anō, ana ka whaia ko te kōrero, te ia o te kōrero hei a pōpō, kare anō kia mutu. Nō reira, tēnā o koutou, e tae mai, tēnā tātou katoa e hui tahi nei. Kei a koe, Happy.
I runga hoki e rā whakaro e mihi ana ki a koutou e te pānera i tō noho roa i enei wiki e rua. Me te uauatanga ki te whakarongo ki etahi o ngā kōrero taumaha i enei wiki tata nei. Ki a koutou hoki roia mā, me koutou e tai mai a tinana i te rānei, i purangi rānei. Nā reira, hoki pai ai ki te kāinga, hoki pai ai anō a te ata. Unuhia te pūtake o ngā kōrero o te wānanga. Unuhia te hautapu o ngā ariki. Whakairia e rongo kia pai tarawhare, kia whakamau ai, kia tīna. Hui e, tae ki e. Tēnā koutou.